Sorry, I sent you already. Okay. You want to log in?
Oh, maybe it's
That's in I must have one. Yes.
proposal to resume the internal elections for 41st Science Club Management Committee.
Survey whether ESC Life Science and Business Management proposes to resume the internal election for the 41st Science Club Management Committee.
May I have a seconder for this motion? We have a proposal to open loop 3 of the internal elections for the 41st Science Club Management Committee. May I have a seconder for this motion? Sabrina. We have a proposal to open the portfolio of sports director for the 41st Science Club Management Committee. May I have a seconder for this motion?
Survey whether ESC Life Science and Business Management second.
May I have a proposal to open the nominations for the portfolio of sports director for the 41st Science Club Management Committee. May I have a seconder for this motion? Sabrina. Are there any nominations for the portfolio of sports director for the 41st Science Club Management Committee? Sabrina. May I have a seconder for this motion? For me. Khairul Usman Isalim, do you accept the nomination for the portfolio of sports director for the 41st Science Club Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of sports director for the 41st Science Club Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of sports director for the 41st Science Club Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of sports director for the 41st Science Club Management Committee? If there are no more nominations, we have a proposal to close the nominations for the portfolio of sports director for the 41st Science Club Management Committee. I have a seconder for this motion? Sabrina. Khairul Usman Isalim, you have 20 minutes for presentation and 30 minutes for Q&A. You can begin when you're ready. Minute takers, please start timer when Khairul has been setting up.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I would like to begin my portfolio for sports director. Okay, I'm Karisman, year 4 chemistry major. Okay, so I'll be presenting my portfolio to be the sports director. Okay, so a little background about me before I touch on the main things is that previously I take a few position roles. So I was the SCMC HL, SCM19 program head, and the Sports 20 vice director. So the reason why I take this position, these few positions beforehand is because I always believe in this giving back in community. So for this case, we'll be giving back to the community for the Faculty of Science, mainly the students. So I've always done this, and that's why I've taken these few positions. And why I take these few positions before I decided to run for like this portfolio is because I believe in the progression of growth. So I wanted to learn a few things first about science before I take this position to properly lead the Faculty of Science, as well as be involved in the committee, the management committee. So I want to get a few understanding, and because of these few positions, I managed to learn a few insights about not only FOP, but also internals. And I've learned that from this journey, I've able to see how the system works. And from this, I feel like I can contribute more to the Faculty of Science. Okay, so moving on. Okay, so why I intend to run as the sports director is because of a few reasons. So from past experience, meaning experience as a sports 20 vice director, is because through that experience, I learned not only how the internals work, like I mentioned previously, but I learned the important things in, for example, the internals branch, how it functions and how it contributes back to the committee and the Faculty of Science. So what I learned in this journey is that being the internals branch resonates strongly with me, because while in FOP, I understand that you create, it's like a kickstart to a like company kickstart. You give these opportunities, you open many doors to all the freshmen, and because of that, you increase their vibrancy in campus life. Whereas when I was in internals, I realized that internals work differently, in a sense that after FOP, we continue what the FOP started. And because of that, it resonates strongly, because I feel like I can help the students more, because it's like during the process rather than just in the beginning. Now it's during the process. So during the process, I'm able to create many events, like how internals have several different events from different committees to enhance and enrich and continue the vibes that FOP started, and also continue to help these students by ensuring and maintaining and answering what they need. Okay, so the next reason is my personal value. So why particularly sports? So based from my how I my previous school life and all, I really enjoy sports because it creates a lot of avenues for opportunities, in a sense that through sports, I can actually see how one person can gain a lot of knowledge and skills, like teamwork, and how they forge friendships. So I feel like sports create a large opportunity, and for me, because I strongly believe in the values of sports, that's why I decided to take the role of the sports director. Mentioning about opportunity, so again with the past experience, so opportunity, I understand that previous directors of other years, they have actually created a lot of events. So events such as Science Sports Games, Don't Say Bocho, and Illuminus. Okay. understand their rationale and I support their cause, because in all of the events, the few main rationale is that they want to promote healthy lifestyle, active learning, and also promote teamwork and such. But there's also other rationales for the specific events. For example, science sports games also build the morale. Also, it's like a prelude to inter-faculty games. Then, for example, Dosei Bocho is for one to de-stress during the SEM itself. Also to bond more with not only the faculty of science students, but also the staff and alumni who participate in the event. Then for science sport, for Illuminas, it creates vibrancy and also vibrancy and and also because it's towards the end of the SEM, so it's like a break after that. So that's why we create these Illuminas. However, while these events, right, does actually tackle a few of the students' needs, which promotes, gives the students welfare, because like, for example, Illuminas, right, after the SEM, taxing SEM or DSBJ during the SEM when they stress, then we de-stress. So some students have voiced out saying that they are too stressed. That's why we come out with these events to help them to de-stress. So these events do tackle their needs and what they want. So we listen to them. Then, however, I feel like there's more areas of growth and improvement through these events. Like, for example, I'll touch on Donsei Bojo for one. It's because the rationale is to attract students, right, to gather and to de-stress, to forge new friendships. Right? However, I feel like the event itself doesn't really plan in a way that it's a long-term event. Part of the reason could be because it's still new, it's still fresh. That's why it's not as successful. But I feel like the approach is correct, but the execution is not there. That's why I feel like the opportunity there is vast. So what I could propose is that for Donsei Bocho, from previous years, I feel like the participation is a little bit not what we expect. So maybe it's because we didn't reach out to more students first. We probably suggest games that are more, I would say maybe niche, or what we feel like is easier. So maybe what we could do is actually to gather more feedback, maybe get them to communicate with us through our media when we maybe create posts and whatnot, to ask them to suggest sports that they might be more interested in or might be want to learn more. Because from what I've asked, some people like to do less competitive sports, so maybe we can approach in that direction. So by getting them to give this feedback, right, we are actually reaching out to them. And when we conduct this, maybe they will see that we are actually listening to them and will want to participate more. So from there, I feel like we could grow from there. On top of that, from previous years, I feel like Donsei Bocho, for example, in sports 18, yeah, they emphasize this idea of sports of the month. I feel like it's a good initiative. However, when they suggest this idea of sports of the month, they didn't really carry out a monthly thing. So from there, there's a like misconnection from there. So students might feel like, is this just a one-time event? Or is it just a event where it's a touch and go? So I feel like maybe instead of having one or having like so too many, maybe we start with 2 or 3, because like I say, it's still like fresh, right? And we want to see whether this event can actually progress in the long years, in the long term. So we can start with 2 or 3 and asking for feedback. So that's where I can see like there's an opportunity to grow from events such as Donsei Bocho. On top of that, events such as science sports game, I also see other improvement, other avenues where we can elevate science sports games. So for one, so for now, science sports games have these two components. One is competitive, the other one is non-competitive. So usually usually from previous years, we try to concentrate too much on competitive because there's a lot of risk in the competitive segment. So we concentrate too much on competitive, and sometimes it seems like the non-competitive segments were not fully thought out. So from there, some students might feel like science sports game is like, or sports in general is too niche because we concentrate on competitive areas and not really on the non-competitive aspects. So what I will do differently is to balance out. So we concentrate both competitive and non-competitive to elevate both of the segments up, meaning to make both of the aspects interesting so that students of all interests, competitive, non-competitive, or those who just want to learn a new sport, can actually participate in science sports games, so we can have more participation in that sense. And in the long term, when we do this, maybe they'll see that the sports committee actually consider all these factors, and they will continue to participate in the following years, which is what we want. So for non-creative, some ideas would be to increase into aspects like not normal aspects, such as having a paintball or things like that. So this will be something that will attract the students to actually want to participate. But of course, this will be in our planning process to ensure that we have the budget and whatnot. So this will also have to come in play. Okay. Touching on opportunity, especially during this COVID area, I feel like there's a lot of opportunity also because we are not sure when everything will go back to normal for sports, but there's a few ideas where we can explore. For example, science sports games, as of now, it's a lot of team sports. So it's like huge groups of people competing. So other reasons why maybe students feel like it's niche is because we concentrate on common sports like captain's ball or volleyball, which is like, to some they find interesting, but to others, they feel like, why are we too concentrating on this kind of competitive sport? So given that science sport games is a prelude to inter-faculty games, right? And inter-faculty games have a lot of sports such as badminton. So during this COVID situation, we can try, I can propose to actually downscale it, but also stay to the objectives of science sports games, which is the prelude to IFG. So by meaning having competitions like now, maybe badminton, tennis, because it's still within the regulations of less than 5 people per court and things like that. So we can explore this idea for this situation. Then for Illuminus, what we can do during this COVID situation is, because the objective of Illuminus is the vibrancy, right? The vibrancy because we are cycling in scenic routes and it's during the night time. So possible ideas is, especially in this situation, is that maybe the vibrancy will not be as much, but we can still attain a little bit of this vibrancy by doing it online, but instead of doing it alone and clocking their distances, they can actually group their, they can do it with their group of friends. Like we can make it into a criteria where they have to cycle in groups in order to qualify for the, in order to clock their distance, to qualify to clock their distance. So these are some examples. Maybe to also increase their vibrancy, because in Illuminus we have scenic sports, we also have supper sports, right? Maybe for them, they don't do the night scenes. They can do it in the morning, but maybe when they participate in this event, what we can do is maybe we try to get sponsors or vouchers where they can visit this place while they're cycling. So this will attract them to still participate in this event. So these are ideas that we can explore, and I would like to propose during this COVID situation. Okay, as a sports director, these are my vision. So my vision will be to create an avenue for more students, because right now, for example, science sports game, we can see like there's a lot of participation, but other events like don't say virtual, we are not really meeting what we want to, we're not reaching out to more students. So I want to create an avenue for more students to reach out and participate in sporting events. This with the preconceived notion that the students that have already participated will also want to continue to participate in the following years and not a one-time thing. Okay, so also participate in sporting events which involve a wide range of sports. So we can explore things like I said, for science sports game, badminton, tennis, smaller sports, and sports like chess and all that. So we are including the voices of more people who previously may have raised their concerns, but now they can be heard more, which I want them to also approach and reach out to us. Then another aspect would be we can a wide range of sports, especially with the growing popularity of esports now. Some might question that esports is not really a sport, but the definition of sports in today's world especially has changed. So we can also explore esports where recently there has been a competition for, if I'm not wrong, chess, where they do it online. So I think that's something we can also explore. For my mission, like my direction, where what I want to do will be, I want to reach out to more students through the our Instagram pages, so to increase policy so that they can communicate to us more, because sometimes I feel like they are afraid to approach us physically, even though we are in the science club room. So maybe through Instagram, they will be more open to us. Okay. Then also to include more students by having various opinions, various interests of sports. So include more students through various types of sports as well, making adjustments to some of the events and probably creating a new one like esports. Then another aspect that I want to concentrate on will be to making sporting events more like a celebration of the sport itself, rather than just concentrating on competitive or like them versing each other, to like them concentrating on competing rather than enjoying the sport itself. So I want to make it as a celebration of the sport. Okay, with that, I conclude my presentation.
Usman Bisari, you have 2 minutes and 8 seconds left for presentation. You wish to end your presentation now?
Yes.
I have a proposal to open the Q&A for the nominee Usman Bisari, the portfolio of sports director for the 41st Science Convention Committee. May I second for this motion? Usman Bisari, we now have 30 minutes for Q&A.
The combination of internal help students by ensuring that they are level of what by
Responding to your question of continuation of internals to ensure students' needs are met, what I meant is like, even though the students have participated in, like, for example, FOP through SCM, REC, and all this, what I mean is that we are the internals branch, ensure that the voices of the students are constantly heard. So we ensure that, for example, we have departments like welfare. So we ensure that we constantly give students, like maybe during their exam term, they need puscat. So we can give puscat. So this like the needs of the students, like what they would require or what we think they require. Or if we approach them through media, maybe they already mentioned like what they require. So we try to get what they need. So these are what I mean by needs. Also, apart from welfare, maybe we concentrate on like SVC or sports. We create events where we provide opportunities for these students to not only increase their vibrancy, because sometimes students feel like FOP is the end of their fun in campus, but there's actually more to that. That's why we are creating events to ensure that their experience from first year can actually be continued to other years as well. So this is what I meant by their needs.
What do you think of this suggestion that we shift SSG entirely to only online sports?
Okay, so if we, again to your question, if we shift SSG entirely to online, correct? Okay, so I would feel that if we shift SSG entirely to online, I would say that in terms of the maybe outreach or, okay, I would say in the perspective of the faculty of science students, because most of the students, especially the seniors, the year 2 onwards, they will feel like they already have science sports games before. So when we shift online, they will feel like, oh, this will be less interesting. However, I feel like because of this situation, we can actually make more avenues or areas where actually we can make it interesting, because going back to the rationale and the objectives of science sports game, right? Aside with the promoting active lifestyle, the two main ones I would say is to build morale and teamwork, and also to anticipate for IFG. For the anticipation part, some of the students might question that with less of these physical and competitive sports, what is there to anticipate? But the thing about IFG is that there's so much other sports, which is like international chess, river sea, and all that. So those can also be conducted online. So with this movement of online, I will feel like they will be more aware of this existence. And for some of the students who previously might not be interested, they might now be more willing to just participate and learn from it, or even better, find it interesting. Another aspect to, if you shift online, right, the second stakeholder that is involved will be the science sports committee, for example, because now with this shift and they will have to change the system of how they work and how they plan. Because now with everything going online, they have to consider several other things, other factors, like how are we gonna, for example, how are we gonna create a room, how are we gonna create a LAN for everyone to meet and participate. So this will be the different shift. So there will be a different focus. But all in all, I feel like there was the first, one of the main objectives would be to build more anti-work. I still feel like it is still possible for them to build more anti-work because like I said in my presentation, with the movement of esports, there's also competitive gaming, which allows them to strategize, which is the main focus of sports in the first place, which is to strategize and to communicate for them to achieve that final goal. Yeah. For your first question for who are my stakeholders in sports and why. So firstly, it will be my own sports committee, because these are the people that I'll be working with and directing. So then they will also be the main people who will actually organize these events, the referee officials and whatnot. So they are my first stakeholders, because they are like they are my key players to make sure that event is successful. My second stakeholder will be SDO, because they'll be allocating the budget to me, and also they'll be approving all my proposals and events, ensuring that everything is in line with the protocols and procedures. So SDO will also be my stakeholders in terms of the aspect, because they are also ensuring our safety. Next, since I mentioned safety, it will also be OSHI, because events like Illuminus, because it's of the nature of it being out of school, there's a need for OSHI to be my stakeholder, because they ensure that the Illuminus event is safe enough for the participants, and it will ensure whether the respective events, because Illuminus is a long stretch of, you'll be cycling a far distance, right? So you are making sure that each portion of the stretch, there's a safety guideline to it. And then also, my other stakeholder will be my own 41st MC, the SCMC, because they'll be also attending our event and be not only our support structure, but also being our eyes, because they will also provide perspective alternatives or things that we don't see. So they will be one that will communicate with the sports director to ensure that everything is running smoothly also. Not only that, to touch on the 41 MC, for example, like Jen said, they will be booking our venues for different events. So this is why they are also a stakeholder. Then our HGT, because they are also planning our budget for each respective events. Other than that, it will be the respective event sponsors if we have the sponsors. Because if we were to get sponsors, then we have to make sure that first the guidelines is in line with the SDO approval. But if we do get approval, then we have to make sure that we carry out the things that we agree with the sponsor. Then for in terms of IFG, we have stakeholders like the IFG OSA, specifically the OSA under the IFG branch, because they are the one that will be monitoring us. For example, during this COVID situation, they are the one that will be monitoring us in terms of the safe distancing measures and all that. Then last but not least will be the sports club in terms of IFG, because they'll be helping us to put the Reebok system during the IFG and whatnot. Yeah. Yeah, so for your second question, how the cancellation of IFG will affect the sporting culture in science. In my opinion, I would say the cancellation of IFG will not affect the sporting culture in science. So the few considerations I've made is during IFG, the few groups of people that are greatly involved will be the supporters of science, the captains, and also the athletes. On top of that, it will also on top of that, there's also the sports committee itself. Okay, so I'll talk about the sports committee first. How it will not affect is because even though like some of the sports members might feel that IFG is what they want to organize or plan, so they might feel down from there. But I will feel that in terms of the sporting culture, it will not be greatly affected in the sense that they can always rerun in the future years. They can plan other events like science sports events that could still live up to the sporting culture. Then for the groups of people in IFG itself, so for the supporters, maybe they want to support their friends who might be graduating and not, right? But I would feel like it won't really affect the culture itself, because in the first place, when they decided to actually go down to support, means that this culture is already established, that there's this sporting culture in science itself. So with that, it won't really affect them, because if they already have the initial thought to support, then it won't prevent them in future years. For captains itself, so there's different groups of captains. So captains, I feel like they'll be one of the groups that will be greatly affected, because they want to run a team to possibly maybe win or to compete with their friends, because of the vibrancy or the enjoyment of the sport itself. But the sporting culture will not be affected, because like I said earlier, science sports committee can plan events that make sure the sporting culture don't die out. At the same time, it won't really affect, because there's other avenues in NUS itself, like hall, varsity teams, where they can still ensure that they participate in sports. So they can still ensure that they are still interested in sports. So with that interest in sports and they participate in these other things, right, the sporting culture in science is, I would say, is safe. Yeah, same goes for the athletes.
To the greater last session. Hi, Cairo. I have two unrelated questions for you. So in your presentation, you talked about your mission being the inclusivity of more students through various types of sports, as well as reaching out to students. So I'll give you a situation. OSA Sports has asked you to introduce a quota of international students for all of your events. This is so as to integrate the international students into the science faculty better. Can you comment on this?
Okay, so for your question of OSA Sports set a quota for international students for the event so that they can integrate better is okay. So in my opinion for this, I would say the rationale for OSA to set this quota, I will understand, because they of the rationale to integrate them into science or into NES better. So in terms of that, I will agree to the quota. However, I foresee a few problems with the quota itself, because, for example, I'll mention two main groups of people, so which are my stakeholders also. So firstly, the faculty of science, the students. So to plan these events, I'm planning for the faculty of science students in general. But if I were to set, if they were to set a quota and I cannot meet a quota, if this means that my event have to be cancelled, then it will, I would say it will jeopardize the experience for the other students or the other big group of students, which it will, I would say it will not resonate with my line of direction as a sports director, because this is not what I want. Just because I cannot meet a quota, so I have to cancel the event. Then for international students itself, I feel like for those interested, I will feel like this is a good avenue for them to participate because there's a quota, right? So we encourage them to come. So this will help with OSA, which is also our stakeholder because they request, right? So this will be in line with their direction. However, let's say there's only some international students are interested, then others are not. I cannot get my committee members or other students to force them to come to the event just to meet the quota. So in terms of this rationale to set a quota, I agree, but to set a quota, I don't think I will agree to that because of the problems that I foresee.
Thank you. My second question is to you is the 39th SCMC marketed IFG as part of the series of FOP activities in conjunction with SCAM, Red, Flag, and Bash as part of the publicity materials produced by the 39th FOPCC. Do you agree with this organization? The 39th SCMC marketed IFG as part of the FOP activities in conjunction with SCAM, Red, Flag, and Bash as part of the publicity materials by the 39th FOPCC. Do you agree with this organization?
Hi, sorry, can you rephrase the question?
Okay, so I rephrase. The 39th FOPCC made a publicity brochure highlighting all the FOPs, and then they included IFG as part of the brochure. So do you agree with this organization of the events?
Yeah, regarding your question, okay, so in view of that, I will say that okay, I will mention the few issues first. Okay, so for them to include IRG inside the FOP brochure, I'm afraid that because of this, the Faculty of Science students might be confused in the structure of science itself, thinking that IRG is part of FOP and not internals. So in terms of that, might affect in some ways, such as like maybe some students feel like, oh, because IRG is under FOP, so those interested in joining committees join FOP instead. Then when they join, they find out that it's a wrong notion in the first place. Then the other problem will be the MC itself. So I feel like because of this, if there is no discussion in the first place, there might be internal conflict. So if they didn't discuss this and beforehand, then the MC bodies, particularly FOPCC and Sports Committee, will not see eye to eye in possibly future events, because in the first place, there's no communication discussion on whether this should be allowed or not. So in terms of that, if there's internal conflicts in MC itself, then in future events, this might result in drastic effects, like maybe because of this sports committee will not attend any FOPCC events, so this will take a toll. Okay. However, I feel like if, let's say, they discuss and sports committee and the internals branch agree for FOPCC to put inside the brochure, because for the main reason of reaching out to the students, right? Because these are the few aspects of events that there is in NUS itself, not in general, not really to say it's under FOP. So it's like in NUS. So I would say it will be okay. Yeah, but of course you have to consider all the problems first. So in my concluding statement for that is, if there's a pre-discussion and agreeable by the MC committee first, then I'll say okay. But if let's say there's a disagreement of a certain percentage, then I'll say it should not be inside.
I have a proposal for 15-minute time extension for Q&A. I have a second for this motion. So what? Minute taken to set the time of the time elections.
I have one question for you. So usually when you are responding to the stakeholders to you mentioned the 41st SCMC and you mentioned the two portfolio holders such as the Honjensec and the Honti, but you did not mention the VPI as one of the main people that you will consider. So with respect to the 41st VPI, could you discuss your ambition working with the relationship with her with respect to all your roles and responsibilities as the 41st board director?
For your thank you for your statement. Okay, so with regards to whatever I mentioned earlier to Komi, I firstly apologize because when I mentioned all those stakeholders, it's because it's like an example. However, I note that the VPI will be the one that I'll be working with the closest because first thing first, the VPI will be overseeing all the internal directors. Okay, so as the sports D, things that I have to report to the VPI, basically communicate with will be things including like events, proposal, any incidents that happen, welfare of the conflicts in the so all these have to be communicated, and I have to note the VPI itself because all this, if there's a issue in my committee, then it will most likely affect the VPI itself because if let's say I have an issue, then it would possibly drag my whole event, my deadlines and all that. So if I don't communicate this through the VPI, then the possible future problems will be how will the VPI answer to, for example, SDO, then the president and all that. So I note that my roles and responsibilities as a sports director will work closely with the VPI. Then that's only in terms of sports director roles. For MC roles, I also know that I'll also be working with my VPI and other MC members. So for MC-wide events especially, so this also include a lot of planning together. So this is not to affect any internal conflicts between us.
In your presentation, you mentioned that IG polls and social media should be used to reach out to students. So this event should be catered to students for their best experience with the boost usability, right? What are the other avenues you can tap on to collect feedback from students?
Other avenues that I will tap on to approach the students are one being word of mouth, because being an MC members in the first place, you're supposed to be the one that reach out to students, right? So this doesn't only mean through social media. You can also just communicate through your friends and help to spread the word, things like that. Or you can also randomly just approach an student and say, hey, what do you think of? You can ask for ideas. So it's like word of mouth, because this was to be the role model or face of science to talk to these students. Okay. Other than that, maybe any physical form of publication in terms of maybe posters, but of course they have to get approval and approval first. Yeah. Other avenues to tap on also could be involved. Let's say if I have something that I really find that it's necessary and I communicated it through my VPI already. Maybe you can tap on into like the tele chat, for example, if for something that's reasonable. So from there you can also tap on, because with Telegram I feel like there's a lot of subscribers and all that. So from there they will know more of things. Yeah.
Medicine approaches you for an intra-zone game in place of IG. What are your thoughts and responses to this?
For your question, in view of the cancellation of IG and there's a decision to create these intra-zone games, I feel like this will affect a lot of stakeholders in the first place, because, okay, firstly, I would say sports club, because with this creation of intra-zone games, does this mean that we are trying to create this notion that it's like a mini IFG? So is it we trying to overstep them? So this could be a problem. So because if sports club feel like we are creating this like a replacement for IFG by calling it like intra-zone games, but technically it's like a mini IFG, because the one of the objectives of IFG is to gather the different faculties and to compete friendly yet competitively. So this is somewhat in line with the IFG objective really, by creating this intra-zone game. So they might think that we are trying to overstep. Then other than that, because IFG is of concern, this might affect IFG OSA as well, because sports club IFG OSA it's like tied together. Other than that, because of these intra-zone games, it will also affect stakeholders like my community members, because of these intra-zone games. Then it means that from a cancellation already, now we have to create a new roles, new event which involves the members. And does this mean does this in the first place, does the core members agree to this? Because it's like extra work for them. Okay. Then also SDO, because having intra-zone games which is like out of IMG, you have to, and it's like a different event. So there's a need for a proposal in the first place. Then we have to consult SDO regarding this. And let's say SDO, let's say SDO approved, then this will involve the MC themselves also, because if SDO approved, then it's like technically a science event, so the 41 MC will be involved. So from an IG centric event where it only involves sports members, now we have to involve MC in the planning of these, not planning, as in the oversee in general of the intra-zone games. Okay? For the Faculty of Science students, maybe some of them will feel that having these intra-zone games will be a good idea because it's like a replacement to RG. So they will feel like they would want it, but some of them will feel like they will be against it as well. So we also have to take into consideration whether we should plan these intra-zone games for them in the first place. Yeah.
I have a question for you. Depending on the answer, whether I have a follow-up question. How relevant is the night cycling event to all science students, given that it's a niche sport on this event?
For your question, how relevant is humans to all science and given it is a niche sport? I will understand why they would say that it's a niche sport because it's one specific activity, and it's because it's of its specificity, it does not really cater to everyone. So in view of that, I understand why they will say it's a niche sport. However, I will feel that it is still relevant because this event is still relevant because, okay, Faculty of Science make up of a lot of students. So we create this event with the intention of end of SEM break for them. But this does not mean that we are only specifically targeting a certain group of people, that we are biased in planning, because we are trying to cater for all the, as an MC member, we are trying to cater for all the voices of the people. So there could be a lot of numerous and cyclist enthusiasts that request for this, which is why we have this event in the first place, which the past year's sports sector have come out with this event in the first place. So, which is why I feel like it's still relevant because we are still trying to hear the voice of the Faculty of Science students. Okay. However, should I find that it's not relevant, then it will affect certain groups of people. For example, like I said, the cyclists, because in the first place, they voice out they want, right? Then if I were to cancel it, then that means am I biased? Then it will be a different problem. Will the cyclists now find that I'm biased to them because non-cyclists can't cycle, so they'll feel that, oh, then I just cancel the event. So obviously it's still relevant. Then for sports com members itself, it gives them like one less event because of the notion that I find that is irrelevant, which is not the case. But given to the people who say there's a niche sport, I would say that there's also other avenues for them to participate in science. Need not necessarily be internals, it can be in FOP events, like flag, where they can walk and all. So the different committees actually tackle the voices of the students in different ways. So we are just one of the ways.
Given that you say that it's relevant to all science students, that including non-cyclists, and members, a OG group from SCM decides to join illness as an outing or bonding. But in the event you find out that one of the participants cannot cycle and is struggling to keep up with the OG and is endangering himself, outline your thought process and course of action.
Okay, for your question, for the cyclists who took part in this event because of the bonding purposes, but turns out to be that the person is endangering herself and possibly others around her. First of all, the standard procedure for me will be make sure my committee members leading the group will know what to do. So this will all be briefed beforehand. Even before they set out to cycle, right, all participants will be briefed of the safety procedures as well. So in this event, I will expect my committee member to immediately contact me, and as the director, I will immediately go down to their group, wherever their venue are, and what I'll do is, because it's already endangering, right, what I'll do is I will stop the group from continuing because of I do not want any worse events to happen. So I will stop that group and take away the cyclist and drive her to safety, basically to our next supper spot where she can still bond with her group, which she intended to do in the first place by having supper. Yes. In future events, because this already happened, in future events, what I can propose is that to make sure this doesn't happen again, all participants who participate in this event have to be cyclists or at least have some basics in cycling. And for those who may not be steady enough but have some basics, maybe you can, in future, you can propose tandem bikes instead. Yeah.
We want to gather feedback from students to see what they want to do next. Right? So the case of student feedback include very costly logistics, like for example, nerve and liver tests. And in the case where sports budget is not allowed, discuss what we do. So just now during your briefing, you mentioned that for those virtual, you would like to gather student feedback to see what they want to do. So in the case where student feedback include very costly logistics, such as nerve and liver tests, discuss how will you do? What will you do?
Okay, for your question about this DJ being costly, what I'll do is, in the first place, when I reach out to these students, I'll give them like probably a few, maybe like 2 rounds. First round is they give a feedback. Second round, I'll give like options of the top few choices they choose. Then with that, maybe create a clause where let's say if option 1 does not is not feasible, then we go to option 2. Or maybe before you even go to round 2, we as Sportscom will see the feasibility in the first place before we reach out to them again for round 2. So in terms of that, then in terms of your costly thing, let's say they want North War and whatnot, instead of having a doing DSBJ, I can propose it into SSG instead, because if there should be a larger budget for SSG compared to DSBJ. So we are still trying to reach out to students. So we are still hearing their voice. Even though it's not doing DSBJ, we are doing SSG instead. So we are reaching out to SSG.
We have a proposal to add a Q&A for the nominee, Khairul Usman Bisari, for the portfolio of sports director for the 44th Science Commission Committee.
Normally, I look at the proposal to
May I have a second for this motion, Sabrina? Are there any votes of no confidence for Khairul Usman Bisari for the portfolio of sports director for the 41st Science Management Committee? Are there any votes of no confidence for Khairul Usman Bisari for the portfolio of sports director for the 41st Science Management Committee?
I want to evaluate licenses so I can cast a vote of no confidence for the candidate Khairul Usman Bisari for the portfolio of sports director for the 41st Science Management Committee.
Are there any seconders for this motion? For me?
Yes.
No. Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes. Yes. No. No. No.
Also, Khairul Usman bin Salim has failed the vote of confidence and will be liable for representation and recreation. Khairul Usman bin Salim, you have failed the vote of confidence for the position of the sports director for the first time summation. You are liable for representation and recreation.
Proposal for 15 minutes break from 9:42 to 9:57.
Sorry, for now, you have to send me proposal 15 minutes from 9:42 to 9:57.
Second for the motion, I have.
The list is 15
However, having the IRG inside the FOPCC brochure is also a good aspect, is because IRG falls within the period of the FOP, during the period of FOP. So by having IRG inside this brochure is to help promote and help publicize internals as well. But of course, all this have to be discussed between among the MC members. Sports culture. The question regarding the current situation and cancellation IRG, will the sports culture of science be diminished around? That's the question. Okay, so for sports culture, I mentioned things like it will not die out because participants can still participate actively in sports in terms of varsity and their halls, right? However, I would like to also point out that having a sports culture in science is to also reach out to the students and increase their vibrancy inside science. That's our main objective as the MCA, and that's the main objective of sports. So even though there's this cancellation and not, sports will still continue to serve this sports culture and make sure that it does not die out. Okay, for the question regarding quota for SSG, because to include quota for include international students inside science sports events. While I acknowledge the rationale for having the quota, but the thing about quota is that a few things to know is, what if the OSA put a definite percentage or number of internationals which science do not have in the first place? So does this mean that our stakeholder, which is the Faculty of Science students, be faulted for that because we cannot include, because okay, for example, for SSG events, we can only accept 250 participants, and if OSA put a certain percentage on it, then science students that can participate will be cut. So in terms of that, we have to also take note of this issue pertaining to the quota. For Illuminas being a niche sport, a few pointers to also add on to it is that having while it's true that because Illuminas is cycling is niche, is specific, right? But we are trying to also cater to the vibrancy of the students, and picking, like, for example, cycling instead of other niche sport like rollerblading is like the best, one of the better options for us to try to cater for these students, because it's easier, because cycling, for that fact, as long some of the students who have like simple basics can still cycle still, compared to rollerblading, which is worse. Yeah. Touching on SSG being online, one thing to take note is okay, the question. Our question is comment if SSG being fully online. So being fully online will affect slightly on the nature of SSG, the objectives, because SSG is include both competitive and non-competitive segments. So being it online, it will mean like having like esports, for example, online gaming, you will niche to an area where is just cater for people who are interested or are good in online gaming, and hence ignoring the other groups of students in the Faculty of Science. So this is the reason why SSG cannot go fully online, and it's much better to have it physical. Yes. Lastly, regarding the budget for DSBJ, what if there's no budget for DSBJ? Because during my first presentation, I mentioned that I'm planning to have at least 2 or more than one DSBJ, because we want to see how the event will progress, right? But what if the last event, the last DSBJ event is the event where they request for a spot which we do not have the budget for? So with that, during our poll, we will trick it into a sense where we limit the choices. We give them the choices instead of asking for the last event. Maybe first 2, maybe we can ask or something like that, but other than that, we limit the options for them. So so at least when we give the options, they still have a voice where they can choose which spot they want, rather than we decide one definite spot for them. Yeah. So in terms of that, we can still reach to their welfare and hear their voices. Yeah, with that, I conclude my presentation.
Usman Salih, you have 8 minutes and 11 seconds left for presentation. You wish to end your presentation now. We have a proposal to open the Q&A for the nominee Khairul Usman Salih for the portfolio of sports director for the first science foundation. We have a second line is open. Subhana. Khairul Usman Salih, we now have 30 minutes for Q&A.
My first question to you is, how important is it for science to ISC?
With regards to your question, how important is it for science to win RFG? I would say it is still important because we want to live on to the spirit of science, having this spirit where we fight for our faculty against other faculties. But whether it is a must to win, I would say it's not a must, because looking at the nature of RFG, okay, so the objective of RFG itself is that it's a entry level event where different faculties meet each other to have a friendly competition, but for them to just play the sports in a competitive manner, but it's just entry level. If then we look at the different groups of people. So let's say in RG we have the captains and athletes, right? So for captains, I will understand that most of them, or perhaps maybe all of them who sign up for the captains, they will definitely want to win RG. In this view, I will say if they want to win, I will definitely promote it because it's important to have captains who have a desire to win because this is how they live up the team morale, team spirit when they are doing their trainings, doing their competitions. If you have, however, there's a need to know that even if the captains wants to win, the next thing to know is the athlete itself. You have to be a point where there is inclusivity and also fairness because as much as captains want to win, the athletes themselves, participants themselves, some of them might want to win, but some of them wants to learn the sport. So in view of this, I would say it's good to win the RG, but they cannot make it to a point where captains must win and take all the members that he already know that are good enough to participate in the competition. Because if you do that, then in the long-term view of this, what if all these competitive players graduate? Then we do not have successors in view of that. So I would say there's a need to balance in terms of RG because we are also considering the continuity and the period of science in the long run. So yes.
And that captains want to win, there should be some way to include people who both want to win and want to win. So in the event that you found out that your captain has been cutting people with no experience into their sport, that means they don't even let them participate and only accepted athletes that have prior experiences, what would you do? Okay, so I'll repeat my question. So you say that the objective of ISG is an entry-level event and it's supposed to be a friendly competition. And that when the captains are accepting the athletes, it should be inclusive and fair to have people that want to win and have prior experiences and those who want to learn or maybe do not have prior experiences. So in the event that you found out that one of your captains is cutting people that have no experiences and only accepting those with prior experiences, what would you do?
Okay, for your question of the captains cutting people into the sport and my actions to it will be, okay, first I will have to consider the different groups of people, different stakeholders that are directly involved with this. So firstly, the captains themselves. So I will try to first understand the rationale behind the actions. So if the actions of the captains is because purely is to because they are past members of previous IMG or because their experience from previous schools are really that good and because they really want to win, then my first step taken will be to at least talk to the captain and rationalize things with the captains to explain what is IFG about and why the actions that the captain is taking will take a toll on science in general. Because looking back at if you, like I said previously, if we look in long term, if the captains do that and there's no successor to it, then how will science captains for that sport live on from there? So in terms of that, I'll try to negotiate. But if the captains do refuse to the advice taken or after the talk, then my next step will be to perhaps send a warning. If still the warning is ignored, then I'll my next step will be to change captain, because even though it will be drastic, but the reason why I do this is because looking back at the reason why I joined MC is that we want to be the voice of faculty of science to make sure everyone is accounted and the welfare of different students are taken care of. So for example, the participants that are new, what would they feel if just because they don't have experience or they are not from a previous team and they've been cut out. So the emotional aspect for the participants, these are things that as a director or as an MC member, I have to consider. For the members of the other of the team, the other members, I will also have to slowly rationalize things with them and talk to them to make sure they understand the situation. Yes.
To a career last sentence, I have two unrelated questions for you. Firstly, can you discuss the relevance of having an inter-committee collaboration between sports and the other internal subcommittees, such as welfare or SDC?
For your question, discuss about the relevance of inter-committee events in internals. My immediate view for this will be that if it's possible, I find that having an inter-committee events in internals is a good idea, simply because having inter-committee events, it actually also shows that to the faculty of science students, also shows to the greater public that we are connected as one. So in view of that, I would find that it's relevant. However, some things that to note of will be, if there is such things of inter-committee events, then how would be the budget allocation for the event? Which committee will be responsible for it? So that's one thing to take note. Then the other thing to take note will be, if there's an inter-committee event, then which committee will be in charge of how will be the allocation, the manpower of the event itself. Then the other thing will be the directors, which director will take the lead role for the event. So these are things that have to consider to avoid conflicts in the event. Yeah.
Thank you. My second question to you is, organizations such as sports clubs organize events such as Run NUS, which are paid events that students can participate in. Can you assess whether the sports subcommittee should consider organizing such events as well? And can you discuss in relation to the stakeholders that you addressed to Komi's question earlier?
So can I just get like, so you say run against is paid events organized, so should science continue to do it? In my view for this question, I would say science sports do not need not do such an event, because I feel like if there is such thing as this kind of paid events where I feel like the reach to more students will be less, and if such a event like this, they can participate in like sports club in general. But my relevant stakeholder for this is like, because of such of these events, right? A few things to take note will be like for like SDO, we have to get approval, and for that to it be in line with the direction of the that we want. Then this also includes my committee members. Do we have enough manpower, such as sports club, to run such an events? Then for 41 MC themselves, it will be such a big event like this, where there's a big event. Then what will what will be the relevance of it in the first place? So this has to go back in line with whatever we have discussed within the MC, like the approach that we want to go to. Then for faculty or science students, having, like I said, having such an events where do they really want this kind of events in the first place? Yeah, so mainly will be the faculty of science students and also my com in terms of manpower.
Not your committee members have to wear mountain bikes at their own expenses. In the case of this, your subcom members express unhappiness towards the marketing team or this tension within the committee. So outline your thought process and conversation. So in the case of marketing team is unable to secure a bike sponsor for Illumina, your committee members then have to wear mountain bikes at their own expenses. As a result, subcommittee members express unhappiness towards the marketing team causing tension within the community. Outline your thought process and conversation.
regarding your question, so with regards to the marketing team can't secure sponsors for bikes for illuminers, and this results in a tension committee, right? So my first instinct action to it will be to mitigate the issue, try to resolve the matter first, because especially when running events and there's a tension between the committee, most likely the event will have repercussions to it. So try to resolve the issue and explain why the marketing team cannot get the sponsors for a bike. Could it be issue with the sponsor themselves and not them, because probably they already done their work and all. So this have to be sorted out and communicated to the committee team, because only through communication then there will be a trust. Regarding the having the other members to pay for the bikes because of this issue, my thoughts and action for it will be, instead of having the committee to pay for the bikes, okay, so the director has to communicate with VPI first regarding this matter. So if, let's say, the VPI agree, let's say, I would suggest that the sports director to cover all the expenses for the bikes, so that it does not touch the expenses of the committee members, because we will not know the different issues with different committee members, whereas it's easier for the director to know his own stand to it. So discuss if VPI approve for the director to pay for our own expenses, then it will be better. Then in terms of claiming and RP, it will be easier also.
I have a proposal for 15-minute time session for week 20. I have a second for this motion. Please take us to set the timer when the time is up.
Hi, Carol. As you know, IFG training occurs primarily in the summer, along with BESH and REC practices. While the timings do not clash, the REC and BESH directors are afraid of the potential injury team may suffer. Their freshman may suffer during IFG training. In addition, we feel that students will be tired out from the training during their own practices and will not perform as well in their own practices. As such, we have proposed to you that students this year should only be able to choose between FOP or IFG. As the 41st sports director, please outline your thought process and course of action.
Regarding your question, to propose for the students to choose either between FOP and internals, so I'll outline my thought processes and actions. Okay, so this will first boil down to different groups of people. So first things first, in terms of sports com, so what were the issues that the sports com will face? So possible issues that I foresee will be, if this were to be an option, then would there be a lack of sign-ups for IFG? Because before sign-ups, Sportscom will first have to discuss with the sports club on the sports that they will be taking because of the identification of the IFG shirts. So if there's a lack of sign-up, then it will also mean that we do not have enough members to participate in the sport, so we will be will not be qualified. So because of that, then the integration of the shirts that IFG has already invented will be come down. The cost of it will have to be covered by science. So that will be an issue. Then for the FOP console, the rack and bash. So regarding this injury, we understand that if there is if they participate in sports and they get injured, then it will affect their events. And also this also have to be taken into deep consideration for it. So we my thought for this will be we will have to discuss the two branches have to discuss in the view of the science students, because when we first sign up for MC, we are making sure that we are catering for the welfare of the science students and not because we want our events to succeed. So that's have to come in place first. So if we propose this kind of action, the rationale will be is understandable because it will affect different groups. But going back to our first objective of being the voice of the science students, how will it drastically affect them? So this we have to discuss. My view for this proposal will be what we can do is maybe we talk to the individuals that are involved in both to discuss with them, rationalize with them which one they want more, not to force them, but to discuss it and see like is there a way where they can how to say like be careful, because okay, let's say FOP discuss in a way where like for example, bench is a one-time thing, and they can participate for sports in the future and all that. Then this will have a lot of conflicts between the committees itself, and all these, right? Especially for sports, I foresee that there's a chance where we have to cover the cost in the event where we have to choose one of the two. And with this, I have to discuss with my PPI regarding this issue as well. That's all I have to write.
Discuss how sports committee can work with the other internal subcommittees to achieve vibrancy, outreach, and welfare, with any solutions for the problems you mentioned just now about inter-committee relations with internal.
Okay, so the question is discuss how sports can work with other internal comms to increase vibrancy and welfare. Okay, how sports can work with other internal comms to increase this? In one of the questions, there's this mentioning about we can ask for the polls for, like, for example, the SDG, right? So in one of these cases, like, sports can work with welfare or vice versa to, for example, the welfare survey. So from there, we actually can still take the voices of the different groups of take the voices of the students And from there, we can align with the internal direction and also discuss within the international directors with the VPI to increase this vibrancy and welfare for the students. So this is a possible way that sports can work with other internal comms. For maybe SBC, for example, because SBC will have to volunteer and plan some events, right? So maybe they decide to do some, let's say, activities or sporting events. Maybe how sports can help is not really in their events per se, but we can suggest like just a communication kind of basis where we talk and suggest things. So it's like from there we can also increase the work together. This is how we work together to increase the vibrancy and welfare. So we can work through just suggesting things, but not necessarily be in their events per se. Yeah.
For my follow-up question, actually just to clarify, just now I also asked you to have any solutions for the problems you mentioned about community collaboration between government. For example, the things you mentioned were like budget allocation and manpower allocation, and which actor will take the leading role.
Okay, for sorry I missed that part out. So for the solutions for the respective issues, right? So firstly, budget. With regards to budget, because any event we will confirm it to consult our respective our HGT regarding this issue, and also consult our respective vice VPs, because we want to make sure that the budget does not in a way conflict with one another, causing like one of the com to be at a loss, because that's not what we want. So the solution will be, as of now, I would say the solution will be to consult the HDT and the VPs and see what's the follow-up to it. Yeah. Then for the manpower, the solution for manpower will be, if there is a case where there's potential problems like the com feel like if they take a certain role, they will feel like this is biased. A possible solution that I can probably think of and suggest is that why not we split in a way where, let's say there's this certain role and we get both parties, basically one from let's say example welfare, one from sports, things like that. So it's like from there you can resolve this unfairness in that specific event. But let's say if there's really a complication, like if you do that, there'll be more things that it will be more messy, because the coordination, like for example, if there's an issue, so who will they report to for the event? Because one from sports, one from welfare, so who will they report? Because they will want to report to their respective directors now, because that's how usually the comms will work. They will want to inform the directors. So if there's that kind of complication, then for manpower, then the respective directors have to talk. Maybe both committees will have to come to a meeting and discuss like the actions, like what they take this, they take that, then discuss in a way where would they be okay. So as long as the com gets a general sense that they are okay with it, then there shouldn't be an issue because they agree to it in the first place. For the director who's in charge, this will be have to be discussed by the directors themselves, see which one they want to take and which one is best. Yeah.
you have an event that falls in a period of one of the camp GP, so there are 12, which spans across 3 days. So you and your camp, the camp director, submitted an LOA, which is like a list of absence, like the small list for event, for each other event. However, the camp director wanted to reject your LOA as he or she believes that you should turn up for his or her GP on the eve of your event, as prep work can be done by your subcommittee member, and that he or she has a lack of participants. So what are your thoughts on this?
So in regards to your question, given that there's this clash and the rejection of the LA, so first things first, there will be a need for the respective MC members to firstly communicate with one another, because there's a need to check whether the LA is important now, because what if one of the MC members really have a real external issue, like a real family issue, things like that, and require the LA, and you will reject for the sake because you lack participants, then because of that, it will cause a lot of conflicts. And because of this I would say misunderstanding and not understanding one another, this will cause repercussion to future events. Sorry. Okay, with regards to that, then in the first place, before every event, what I understand that MC should meet up and go through the list of conditions. For example, before any event, maybe the director direction or the president direction is to say that every MC member were to attend every other event. Then with that direction in mind, then every director should take note in their planning of their events to make sure there's no future clashes or potential clashes. So in regards to the LA, the director to reject LA because the other MC is to prepare for the event, then that would not be acceptable, because in the first place, there's already a direction where and a call to make sure that there's no potential clashes for the future.
Sorry, just to clarify. So let's assume that my direction is to have all the MC to take part in events, right? So the sport committee comes to you and say that they refuse to participate in events of either internal budget because they feel like that's not interested at all. What will you do in a situation like this?
So with regards to your question where my com not interested in other comms events, correct? Oh, okay. Okay, so my first instinct reaction is action will be to firstly okay, before I even discuss all this, one step that I will take when I have my committee will be to firstly set like a few ground rules first. where I will mention to them and explain to them that as part of the members of science committee, these are the few things that I set my expectations on you. So I will tell them my expectations of them, and after that, reason you can rationalize with them. So for example, like if any of my sports com members do not want to attend other events, then I will rationalize and explain to the point that they have to put themselves in the shoes of the other com. So what if the other comms do not want to attend for our events? Then what's the repercussion of that? Then I will have to also explain that being a science committee member, we have to be like role models for other science students and have to advocate this sense of belonging in science and a family in science. So my action would be to first set my expectations. If the situation were to happen, I have to get their they have to give me a reasonable reason for not attending.
To what extent should sports events involve alumni?
Okay, regards to your question, to what extent should sports events involve alumni? Okay, so I would say this is different for different events. I would say. Okay, so my general concluding statement for this will be alumni should not be largely involved in science sports events, because my consideration for this will be we are planning events to uh, to provide welfare for these students, to the current students. So if let's say we open up to alumni, my consideration, what if there's too much of the alumni students and too little of the current faculty of science students? Then what would be the objective of the events? Then it will like defeat the purpose, in my opinion. So for example, science sports games, one of the objectives is a prelude to RFG, but it's not relevant to the alumni anymore. So for events like this, I would say alumni should not really be involved. But events like, for example, Illuminus, we can include alumni where they can be our, for example, safety riders, things like that. Yeah, so that means we still can include them, but in not too much, where we defeat the objectives of each event.
One very good last answer. Carol, can you outline 3 key problems faced by the participants in IFG and how you propose to resolve these problems?
Okay, so with regards to your question, outline the key problems faced by participants ARG and how I resolve. One of the key problems that the participant will face will probably be biasness. So in terms of biasness involve different aspects, maybe at the entry level, maybe for example, captains not accepting members, or captains not being not fairly treating each member. So this is one aspect of the bias. So how I resolve that is should the members complain or raise out this issue, then as the director, I will have to talk to the captain immediately and resolve this issue so that every participant in FG have a good experience in IFG. In terms of other aspects of biasness could be during the competition itself, maybe when we're planning events, our core members suddenly biased to a specific faculty, which could be possible. Then with regards to this, if this issue is being raised out, or if I notice, then my action for this would be to firstly remove the committee member from that match itself, because even if I were to talk to it, the participants will not feel comfortable of my committee member to be the officials for that match. So I have to remove and replace. Other aspects could be cheating. So by right should not be the case if they submit through proper terms. But if there's such a case, then my resolve for this issue will be that faculty should be disqualified immediately. Other common problem will be safety and injury. So for this, we have to follow our respective different protocols like minor injury and major injury. So this will how I resolve the different problems.
I have a proposal to close the Q&A for the nominee Khairul Usman bin Salim for portfolio of director for the 21st Science Convention Committee. May I second the motion? Are there any votes of no confidence for Khairul Usman bin Salim for the portfolio of sports director for the 21st Science Convention Committee? Are there any votes of no confidence for Khairul Usman bin Salim for the portfolio of sports director for the 21st Science Convention Committee? Are there any votes of no confidence for Khairul Usman bin Salim for the portfolio of sports director for the 21st Science Convention Committee?
Khairul Usman bin Salim, you are now returned as the sports director of the 41st Science Convention Committee.
Thank you everyone for sitting through me the presentation and hearing. I value every opinion and question that you all have raised up, because it's very relevant and very real. For returning MC members who came down as well, thank you for being here and listening to me. To everyone here, as the 41st MC member, I hope to meet your expectations and to reach out to the science students as much as possible. Thank you.
Now, a proposal to close the portfolio of sports director for the 41st Science Convention Committee. May I second the following motion to be done? May I have a proposal for 5-minute break from 1058 to 1103. May I have a second the following motion to be done?
So with regards to this, I got two main issues with regards to volunteers and my beneficiaries. So for my volunteers, of course, there's a decrease in volunteering experience because there's a reduced physical interactions in my venue. So of course, the experience will be reduced but it can also mean a fresh, like something fresh for them a fresh experience, something new that they've never experienced before. And I understand that recently there's also like some online volunteering events also so perhaps you can tap on that. So for beneficiaries, for example, YWCA kids, they come from family with low income So let's say we do online volunteering, do they have like this like the resources to attend online the online sessions or maybe let's say they are beneficiary, the center can provide them with computers and stuff, then okay yeah. Then of course the elderly, are they tech savvy enough to participate and to know their way around all these functions and stuff. So of course for them there's also reduced physical interactions. So especially for like our CWA elderlies, what they need is more companionship and the interactions. And now that there's a transition to online, this might be affected So for my subcons, planning for online voluntary is something new, and I think it will be quite tough on them also to think of something something that's different from previous volunteering. So I myself experienced the transition from planning physical to online through my term as a 40th and it's not easy, and I think it will not be easy for my subcom also So at the aspect, it's not easy for them. What I can do is to guide them based on my experience and stuff Yeah. So overall, I think it's an interesting idea to tap on, and it's worth planning for But effectiveness wise may not be there.
Again, unrelated question. This question is raised by the current SCC subcommittee. So, a sponsor return to provide items that are critical to the success of the event. For example, a huge sum of money or items that are extremely well liked or useful for the beneficiaries. However, their demands are deemed unreasonable or not unachievable, such as excessive publicity posts or a measure of organic outreach. Can you discuss how you will handle this situation with respect to short-term and the long-term impact on SCC?
What do you mean by organic outreach?
That means like they need to reach out to actual different groups of people, not just like posting, making a poster and just leaving it out there.
Okay, so before I make a decision, there's a few considerations that I have So firstly, my subcommittee members So with this increased publicity that the sponsors request for, and this organic outreach thing is confirm will be more taxing on my subcom, and I will need more manpower lah. So whether they can handle, whether I can like the welfare of my subcom lah, whether they can handle it, yeah, I need to take into account lah, and my allocation of manpower in this case lor. And for my students, the good thing is it raises awareness, so it's what I want to achieve. And of course, that's for short term, it raises awareness and stuff. But long term, it can be considered spam, and we might decrease our outreach to students if they just unfollow because they feel that it's too spammy lah. So my beneficiary wise, of course, as you said, useful, expensive. I need to think about whether these items, like, do we really need them lah? Short term, long term wise, maybe it helps them short term. Like maybe like they sponsor some refreshments, food, drinks during our events, whatsoever. Or maybe it can affect them long term, like they sponsor some big ticket items to help our beneficiary. So we need to assess whether we truly need them or not lah. Yeah. So in this case, if my committee can handle it, and I really need the item, and like after assessing that these items are what we really need, and my students and the target audience for like my publicity efforts is still not too spammy lah. I will assume that there's a lot of posts that the beneficiary asks for, but if it's not too spammy, then it's okay lah. As for this organic outreach, confirm there's small things that we can plan for lah, that we need to plan for, because as you said, it's more, I would think it's more something to do with like the physical element of publicity lah. Maybe like posters, like flyers we give out or stuff. So then this again, it will lead to whether my subcon can handle it, and whether they can plan for it lah. Yeah. So after, if they can handle it, it's not too spammy, and I really need the items, then okay lah, I will agree lah. Because as you said, it's just high demands, but it's not unreasonable. Yeah. Okay, so the first thing I'll do is to ask why they don't resonate with the beneficiary that SVC has been working with. So is it because of the target audience? They don't want to work with elderly, they don't want to work with kids. Then maybe they want to work with animals, for example, or whatsoever. Or is it the particular beneficiary that they want to work with? Like they want to work with SCS, they want to work with lion defenders, whatsoever. So of course, we want more volunteers. We want to attract more people to volunteer with us. But there's also some volunteers that might still want to work with us because of our current beneficiaries that we have. So this is for the volunteers aspect. So for subcommittee members, we have to understand why are we working with RWC and CWA all this while. This long-term partnership can mean it's easier for us to communicate, easier for us to plan for and organize progress and activities with them and for them. And I think the essence of volunteering, we want to, for the beneficiary side, we want to help them in the long run. So it's the essence of volunteering is not just like we want to help them for a while and then we just stop our effort. So there's this essence of long-term partnership, long-term relationship with the belly. And I think that working with YWC and CWA for a very long time already, our relationship with them, I can say that is quite stable. But let me give you an example of SCS. Science Volunteer Corps used to work with Singapore Children's Society, but we had plans to not work with them from 2 years here, and when I wanted to run last year, I also had plans to cancel SCS. So why do we want to cancel SCS? Because SCS, all this while, they do not give priority to science in terms of liaising with them. Why? Because they are a bigger organization. They have enough media attention, they have enough budget, enough volunteers working with them. So a small group of volunteers from science is not what they really need. So we have to target the needs of the beneficiaries also. So it is important for us to consider our beneficiaries in this sense. So YWCA, CWA, they are smaller, they need more volunteers. We've been working with them all this while already, and it's important for us to maintain a good relationship with them. So I believe that our target audience that SVC has been working with all this while, kids, elderly, it extends to a wide group, age group. And I would say it's already a variety of target audience. We don't just mainly focus on elderly or children. I would say it's already sufficient if the concerns of the science student is the target audience, children, elderly. But if they want to work with a particular beneficiary and like, I don't know, SCS, they want to work with SCS, then of course, you want to address the issues also. So maybe you can just explain to them why we are working with YWCA and CWA. We don't want to, turn them away just because they don't resonate with our partnership with these two beneficiaries. Yeah, so we can just explain. Maybe they want to volunteer. They really want to volunteer with a particular beneficiary. Just redirect them to the relevant platforms. Yeah, but I won't change my beneficiaries for them. Yeah, given these considerations. Okay, so the first question is why? So as you said, maybe not sustainable or the essence of rendering long-term assistance to the beneficiary. So ad hoc event is just a one-day thing, may not achieve these goals. But as I mentioned about regular sessions, there's an issue of low sign-up rates. So why? Maybe because our events are not known, they are not interested. So as you previously mentioned about wanting to connect to science students who never joined any science club events before, any SVC events before, and you want to make them come back again. I think ad hoc event, a one-day event, is a very effective way for them to do so. We are tapping on the scale of the magnitude of the event to join more people. We are tapping on the publicity of the event, of a bigger scale event to join more people. And the issue of, as I said just now, the physical commitment part. So a one-day event may not have like this issue of long-term commitment that the volunteers might have to our events. So it's a good way to attract people to come, and a good way for us to continue to engage them for our future events to come. So for my subcom members wise, it is of course something different for them to plan for apart from regular sessions. Ad hoc sessions also, in a way, it increases their experience in planning, increases their experience in the subcommittee to plan for various events, not just regular sessions. There's also like a variety of things for them to plan that's volunteering related. So for my beneficiary wise, we can tap on the occasion or tap on this one-day event to provide a fresh experience for our beneficiaries. So not just like a regular session where we do our activities for a period of time, a long period of time. We are tapping on like some occasions, for example, Golden Years, Chinese New Year. We are tapping on the occasion of Chinese New Year to provide a fresh experience to connect with the beneficiaries. Yeah. So in this aspect, I will I will discuss with my VPI. I will explain to the VPI what I think the users of, like the purpose of ad hoc events are, because I really think that ad hoc events are useful in these aspects. Yeah.
We have a proposal for 15 minutes attention for Q&A. Need takers to set a timer when the time is at
Hi, Moshe. I have two unrelated questions for you. Earlier in your presentation, you mentioned that for legal marshallers, it is good for SCC to bring the kids down to the Content 23 Museum because it's about science. So the SCC, why do we say regular sessions, focus on science education for these primary school children? Using your personal experience as a former volunteer, can you assess how effective these have been? Can you assess, using your previous experience as a volunteer, at the SVC, YWC regular session, on their effectiveness in the science education for these primary school children?
So it assess the effectiveness of bringing them to the Content Museum with respect to their science education.
The regular sessions.
Okay, so there are a few considerations in this. So number one, there's a change in venue. Because our regular session has always been their center in a classroom. So something new, something fresh for the children to experience. For once, you bring them out of their classroom. Being from low-income families, they might not have like much of a chance to go to such places. Then there's a change in style. So usually our experiments that we teach them in a classroom setting. There are experiments that we can do in a classroom setting. So it cannot be like, as compared to like a museum, it's like something new. They can see fossils, skeletons, etc. That's something that we cannot show in the classroom. As in, we can show in like through our screens, computer and stuff. But it's a better experience for them to see in real life, to be able to physically be there, to see, to touch, if can touch. Yeah, so it's a new experience for the kids also. So with respect to science education, I believe that it is important for them to experience firsthand some of the concepts and stuff that we teach them in a classroom. And from my own experience, right? So participating in YWCA, the experiment and stuff, sometimes the kids, right, they don't really see the relevance of the experiment. You can't blame them because they're kids, but sometimes they are just there to play with our items, like the plates, the balloons and stuff. They don't really see the relevance of it to science. So with respect to science education and my own experience, I believe that we bring them up to a museum. They can see in real life something different from like cups and pigs and balloons that we show them in the classroom. They can see the real life fossils, skeletons and stuff, and the exhibition. I think it's a experience for them. So yeah, Little Marchers is definitely effective in bringing out a fresh experience, a new experience for the beneficiaries.
Second question is to follow up so in your earlier response, you said that organizations like SCS have enough budget and enough volunteers. So this is assuming that one of your STC events, you overhear this from one of your volunteers, and I quote, "Whatever the student volunteers can do, the beneficiaries can do better. They don't need us to help them honestly." Can you comment on this statement?
Okay, so with regard to this, right, whatever the students can do, the parents can do better. Okay, so maybe the beneficiaries have enough resources such that they don't need volunteers or as many volunteers. And in the case that there's really nothing that we can help our beneficiaries with, we must also consider what is the purpose of SVC. We are not just there to help the beneficiaries, to connect the volunteers to the beneficiaries. we're also here to provide opportunity for science students to volunteer. We are providing an opportunity for them to participate in whatever they're interested in this case, volunteering. So in a sense, increasing the vibrancy in science through volunteering. So with regards to this, I must take into account of my beneficiaries and also my science students, what my beneficiary wants and what my science students wants lah. Yeah, and also my subcom lah. So they are here to have a planning experience, to facilitate volunteering. So if there's nothing I can help my bennies with, then my subcom have nothing to plan for lah. But in this case, there's things that I can do lah. For example, sourcing out for more beneficiaries to work with. So if one beneficiary, we cannot work with one beneficiary due to similar reasons or this reason, then sourcing out for more beneficiaries is one way lah. To find a beneficiary that really needs help with. So in a sense, we can achieve our goal of rendering assistance to the group of people in society that needs our help. And also to provide an opportunity for science students to volunteer and connect to science club. And also for my subcommittee members to plan for something. Yeah. So in this sense, we must remember the purpose of SVC is not just to help our beneficiaries. Of course, that's what we do. Facilitate. Okay. Common misconception. We are not a volunteering committee. We are a committee that facilitates and organizes volunteering for science. So in this case, we want to help our benny. That's confirmed. We also want to provide opportunities for students and subcoms. Yeah.
You mentioned that correct? So then why is it the case that committee members are permitted to join the event?
Okay. So
why are committee members allowed to join the event even the SCC is not a voluntary subcommittee?
Okay, so there are a few purposes of subcommittee members being in the event: to take charge of the situation on the ground, to facilitate the volunteering, and to really supervise the whole situation. Yeah. As I said just now, the issue of low sign-up rates, how it affects the different stakeholders, for example, decreasing volunteer experience, the benny experience and stuff. So I say that I want to increase the involvement of my subcoms as volunteers to compensate for the low sign-up rates. So this is also a reason why my subcoms may be participating in an event, in a voluntary event, so that we do not affect our experience for volunteers and benny. Of course, raise funds is good, you raise money, but it's not necessarily easier because you raise fund, you need also the NCSS license also so it's not necessarily easier to raise donations. So for collection drive, right, the main purpose is to collect the things like that the beneficiary directly needs, like for example, as I mentioned, television sets and stuff. Yeah. And there's also this issue of conflict of interest, as I mentioned also. So flag raises donations also. So if we are going to raise donations also, then as I said, conflict of interest, what's the purpose of both subcommittees being like exist in the first place if you're going to do the same thing. Yeah, so there must be something that sets our initiatives apart from their initiative to avoid clashes. So in this case, as I said, we collect unused items, unwanted items. We connect the volunteers, our students with the beneficiaries, and we directly tackle what the beneficiaries need according to discussion with them.
So during one of the regular sessions, we received feedback that one of the volunteers behaving in an over-competitive manner. How would you handle this situation?
Okay. Okay, so you must understand that we are there to interact with the Benny, our target audience, the Benny, and we also want to like let them play, let them enjoy themselves also, So if there's a problem that like behaving competitively, it may reduce the beneficiaries' involvement in the program, in the activities that we plan for. There's also a safety concern, over competitive. I don't want anyone to get hurt also. Then again, I can't really blame it on the participants. Maybe like it's like in that moment, the participant, the volunteer is like too into the program also. So what I can do is to remind a gentle reminder, like we are here to like let the kids or elderly or whatsoever play and be a part of these programs. Then of course there's a short term, but long term wise, maybe next time we have an AAR, we have a briefing, then we just remind the volunteers again, like, oh, we are here, what to look out for, what not to do and stuff. I also don't want to blame it on the volunteer, one particular volunteer also, because what we want to do is also to continue to engage them. We want the volunteer to come back to volunteer with us also. Then also we have to explain to the beneficiary side, like maybe they also spot similar issues, like our volunteer, they raised up the concern that our volunteers are too competitive and stuff. You also have to explain to them, like, I'll explain like, oh, my volunteer was too into the game at that moment. Then of course you need to apologize and like, okay then then afterwards just brief the volunteers, remind them what to do, what not to do next time.
So with regard to this situation, right? If there was like a prior training where to tell that all the volunteers how to actually hack, right? So they actually better, right? So do you think that volunteers should undergo mandatory training before participating in SCMC voluntary events?
Actually, I heard about like the CWA regular session. They have this like short briefing on the profiling of the elderly before you engage with them. Similarly, if you have like a proper training for them, it might be a turn off for volunteers. Because as I said, one of the issues of those scenarios is the commitment to commit to a regular session. So of course it will be a turn off and might affect my SANA rates also. And you affect SANA rates, you affect more things, as I mentioned like many times just now. So there's also increase in planning and increase in the time taken before I can actually start my activities and event straight lah. Because we need more time for the volunteers to undergo training, and of course my subcommittee member also have to undergo this training also. So it will be an extra work for them. But of course, I do believe that like something like a training is helpful. For example, like as I said, the CWA regular session, they have this short briefing on profiling of the elderly, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, so such things can actually tell us what to look out for, what not to look out, what not to do, and what to focus on, what the beneficiaries need, like maybe as a whole or individually lah. So I don't doubt the usefulness of it, but a proper training might not be as effective in attracting people to volunteer with us lah, and also subcons and many the stakeholders.
So your president suggests the combination of FLAG and SCC. What are your comments on this?
As I said, our FLAG and SCC, right? Okay, FLAG and SCC serves very different purposes. So one aspect, as I mentioned just now, is the interactions part. So as you can see, FLAG events are, let's say the beneficiary visits, they're only limited to their subcom members. And like the things that they do, raise funds, raise donations, then ours are more of theirs is more of directly benefiting the beneficiaries in a sense. And for us, we are focusing more on the interaction, the facilitating of interactions. So we serve two different purposes, plus FLAG is under FOPs also. So why they under FOPs? Because it's also served as a platform and avenue for incoming freshmen to participate in something beyond orientation camps and stuff. So FOP is not limited to all these. We provide many opportunities and experiences. So anyway, definitely we can combine the interactions and the donations part and the direct benefiting of the beneficiaries part together as one com. But we must understand like if you're going to do so many things for one subcommittee, right, it's going to be a lot of work, and we will not be able to maximize our purpose because there's two different focuses for us to target on. So there's one part about facilitating interaction, and one part is directly affecting the beneficiaries. And then there's also another thing about REC and FLAG. So FLAG is under NUSU, and they have their own regulations, their own policies, then the point system. So then it will be an extra concern for SDC. So as I said, there will be many different focuses for you to tackle under one subcommittee. So that's for subcommittee wise. So of course it will translate to affecting the experience for my students, for my volunteers also lah. Yeah, and my beneficiaries are also. Yeah.
There are two unrelated questions for you. I'll ask both of them now. So first, since most of the SCC volunteering events are enrichment and technically non-essential, given that this COVID-19 situation is likely to continue, do you think that physical volunteering events, which will put your subcommittee members and student volunteers at risk, to continue?
Okay.
So the second question is, as you mentioned, Alive is one of the largest events organized by SPC, and then Alive provides event shirts for the participants. Do you think that this money spent on the shirts should be utilized on more tangible benefits for the beneficiaries and volunteers, instead of just serving as a piece of cloth for memory?
Okay lah. So I just briefly touch on why is it non-essential. Maybe because we are not giving them money or the items that directly benefit them. We are instead tapping on what we can offer to help the beneficiary. And for the Faculty of Science, of course, our science knowledge lah. Yeah. So briefly only. So of course, physical events put my participants at risk lah. This one I acknowledge lah. So also from like previous year as VTFOP is also one of my largest concerns during that time lah. We have to take note of my subcom and my volunteer, whether like they want is one thing, whether we can is another thing also lah. Whether we can continue to plan for something, maybe like we tone down the scale or we increase measures when we plan for the events lah. Yeah. So should we continue with respect to all these considerations? I think that in this current situation, that the regulation that the government has put in place, I think it's still possible for us to continue a small scale with measures for accountability and safety of our participants. But of course, this is whether my subcom can plan for such events. Are they well prepared enough to handle such a situation with higher regulation and management, and also whether my volunteers, they want to continue with such events. So as of now, I believe that YWCA has agreed to have some form of physical event, but of course measures must be put in place, and I believe for your case too, your SPC Com had one last regular session with YWCA before the end of term. Then one restrict to your own subcom members, also because of accountability lah, and also sign up rates lah, which I believe you open the sign up for a period of time, and there's not many volunteers sign ups. So in this case, then your subcom will have to double in as volunteers also lah. So the same issue, whether they want, whether they are willing, also because I also have to take into account of their choice lah, because it's really yes, I'm really putting that at risk also lah. Yeah, so if my subcommittee and my volunteers, they don't want to participate in such event, then of course the event cannot run lah, the event cannot go on lah, even if my band is willing to do so. Yeah, that's my first question. For the question on shirts, definitely if we reduce the budget spent on shirts, we can use it on other things lah, definitely. But I encountered a similar issue last year as VPFOP for the senior shirt also lah. So why is there a need for a senior shirt when there's not much need for a senior shirt? The same thing here. So what is the use of an event shirt other than memory, as you say, keep saying? So apart from being a form of identity during the event, it also differentiates the volunteers and subcoms apart from the venue. So in a large scale event, there's a higher coordination involved. So for my subcom members, it's easier for us to differentiate who are the volunteers and who are not the volunteers. Maybe like if we hold it at an open space, for example. So it's easier for us to coordinate, and also the safety of our beneficiaries. So like non-participants, non-volunteers don't need to, like, we can be aware. So in a sense, it differentiates the volunteers and subcons apart from the beneficiaries. So let's say the beneficiaries, they need help, or they want to approach someone. They also can identify the volunteers and approach the volunteers for help. So apart from keepsake and memory, it's just for differentiation during the events.
I have a proposal to close the Q&A for the nominee Hong Jia for the portfolio of Science Volunteer Corp Director for the 41st National Election Committee. May I have a for this motion? Stand up. Are there any votes of no confidence for Hong Jia for the portfolio of Science Volunteer Corp Director for the 41st National Election Committee? Are there any votes of no confidence for Hong Jia for the portfolio of Science Volunteer Corp Director for the 41st Science Club Action Committee? Are there any votes of no confidence for Hong Jia for the portfolio of Science Volunteer Corp Director for the 41st Science Club Action Committee?
Thank you. They're now written as the Science Volunteer Corp Director for the first Science Convention Committee.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks.
Finally, 2 years straight.
We have a proposal to close the portfolio of Science Volunteer Corp Director for the 41st Science Club Action Committee.
I don't know to propose to close the portfolio of the Science Volunteer Corp Director for the 41st National Election Committee.
May I have a seconder for this motion? Stand up. May I have a proposal for a 10-minute break from 1218 to 1228.
I don't know to propose for 15 minutes break or what? 10 minutes break or 1218 to 1228.
May I have a seconder for this motion? To one.
Careful.
You got reply? Let's see. Okay, I got it. Guys, can you give it to for those that don't have a comment, make sure you are focus on the internet. We have a proposal to resume the internet election for the first time come election committee.
I don't think committee proposal to resume the internet election for the first time.
We have a second for the motion. I have a proposal to open a portfolio of welfare director for the first time come national committee.
I don't think committee proposal to open the portfolio of welfare director for the first time come national committee.
I have a second for the motion. I have a proposal to open the nomination for the portfolio of welfare director for the first time come national committee.
I don't think committee proposal to open the portfolio of welfare director for the first time come national committee.
I have a second for the motion. Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of welfare director for the first time come national committee? Are there any seconders for this motion? Someone do you accept the nomination for the portfolio of welfare director for the first time come national committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of welfare director for the first time come national committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of welfare director for the first time come national committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of welfare director for the first time come national committee? If there are no more nominations, I have a proposal to close the nominations for the portfolio of welfare director for the first time come national committee. I have second for the motion. Someone in Charmaine, you have 30 minutes for presentation and 30 minutes for Q&A. You begin when you are ready. Please start timer.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here. And today I'll be sharing the reasons why I want to join SCMC and my motivations for running for the portfolio of welfare director. Yeah, so firstly, a brief introduction about myself. I am Shade, I'm a year 2 life science student, and I will describe myself as someone who is approachable and friendly. But I'm also driven and always give my best, especially when I'm passionate about the cause. And lastly, I acknowledge that no one is perfect, hence I view weaknesses as opportunities for one to grow and improve on themselves. So my journey in Science Club has been an enriching one so far. So as a freshman, I took part in 2019, where I felt truly welcomed into science. So of course, the camp itself helped me to create many unforgettable memories and allowed me to gain friends that I know I will cherish for life. But as a participant, I was amazed by the dedication that seniors put into Science Club events and how well executed they were. So inspired by my freshman experience, last year I joined Southcom Arts, where it was a really enriching experience where I got the chance to work with other science students that were so dedicated to creating an amazing experience for incoming freshmen. This experience helped me to grow soft and hard skills as well as experience science club events from another perspective. Okay, so my motivations for being a part of the SCMC stem from a genuine desire to serve the needs of science students. I feel the responsibility to play a bigger role in helping science students create lasting memories. Just like how I was warmly welcomed into science, I want others to feel a sense of belonging here, not just during orientation, but also during the course of their studies. I also want to be someone that science students can approach, raise their concerns, and have the confidence in to effect change. There's also an element of personal growth which I will touch on later. Okay. So I foresee that being part of SCMC will be challenging. I have no doubt that it will be an enriching and rewarding experience. I want SCMC to be people that science students can depend on to raise their concerns and improve situations. SCMC should always put the needs of students first, and given the current COVID situation, I hope SCMC will be adaptable and will constantly find areas of improvement. And ultimately, while we all have different roles, I hope the SCMC can work together to continue bringing vibrancy, outreach, and welfare to students. So I'm running for the portfolio of welfare director. So we all know that with the work from home and Zoom university situation that is going on, it can impact our physical and mental well-being. And students need to know that there's always someone there to support them. Hence, I would like to be the one to lead initiatives to support students. I strongly believe that welfare is crucial for students to not only cope but find enjoyment in their university life. So now more than ever, we need to reach out to students to provide them the support that will help them make the most out of their time and invest. I'll be the first to admit that I wasn't happy in my course when I first entered uni. However, the memories created and friendships formed during my time here have helped me find my place here in science. The activities and bonds formed are what I will remember years from now rather than the dull academic times. There's also an aspect of personal growth. While I wasn't part of welfare last year, there's always been an area that I'm passionate about. So for me, running for the role of welfare director is the first step to stepping out of my comfort zone and being part of the change that I want to see. I am willing to accept constructive criticism to learn the technicalities of the role and to work on the areas which I am lacking to better serve students. Okay, so firstly, I believe in bottom-up leadership. I'm always open to suggestions of the subcommittee members and have the trust in them to carry out their responsibilities. So I will create an nurturing environment where subcom members feel free to raise their ideas and provide feedback regarding our initiatives. So I will try my best to create a nurturing environment where they can learn new skills or hone existing ones. And lastly, I will not hesitate to be the voice of welfare in SCMC and raise issues that my subcommittee feels needs to be addressed. So I know that this academic year is a new and mostly uncharted territory, not just in terms of academics, but also for science welfare in terms of event planning. So my vision for welfare would be that despite having to adapt initiatives, we remain motivated in what we do and constantly explore new avenues to reach out to students. And as for intangible welfare, I intend to seek more feedback from the ground so as to plan events that are more catered to the needs and interests of students. And personally, I will also place more emphasis on intangible welfare in the upcoming year, as it is important for students to know that welfare isn't just about welfare checks during exam time, but also a source of support for them, be it like mental or emotional support throughout the year. So what I hope is to be the bridge between welfare and other organizations to maintain a favorable image and communication with SDO, NUSU, and our sponsors. If elected, I will definitely prioritize working with my fellow MCs as well as my subcommittee to improve on existing initiatives and come up with novel ideas. I'll constantly source for better ways we can go about doing things, be it more meaningful initiatives or the way we execute events. This is ultimately so that we can provide science students and give them a more event. We can better serve science students and give them a more eventful student life. Lastly, the SCMC journey is not a smooth one. I hope to support other MCs, be it physically or emotionally, so that we can learn from each other. And I believe that being a part of a supportive environment, we can grow from the experience, become better MCs, and serve students better. Thank you.
You have 30 minutes and 42 seconds left for presentation. You wish to have your presentation now?
Yes.
We have a proposal to open the Q&A for the nominee, Song Yan Xiaoming, for the portfolio of welfare director for 41st Science Convention Committee.
Now you have a proposal to open.
We have a second for the motion. Song Yan Xiaoming, we now have 30 minutes for Q&A. Gordon.
Hi, Charlene. So I have two in one question for you. So can you first tell me like who are your key stakeholders and how would you rank them and why?
Okay, so the first and most important stakeholder to me would be the science student population because they are ultimately the people that we are trying to serve and provide better support to. And my second most important stakeholder would be SEO because all the initiatives that we come up with, we have to justify the reasons to them and they're the ones that help us carry out the initiatives. And thirdly would be the BPI because it would be the source of communication between all the different subcommittees and internal so that we can work smoothly with one another. And fourthly would be the rest of SCMC because I think whatever initiative that we have to come up with, we also have to seek the opinions of other MCs so that we can account for more perspective. And following that would be NUSU and sponsors because ultimately science club is under NUSU and NUSU and sponsors are where we get most of our items from our giveaways or welfare pack from. So it's important that we maintain a good relationship with them. And lastly would be my subcommittee because I think it's there to care about their well-being and their experience throughout the year in the subcommittee.
Hi, Antonio. Hi, Charmaine. I have two related questions for you. So the first question would be, tangible and intangible welfare are both equally important. Can you discuss this statement?
Okay, so normally I would agree that tangible and intangible welfare is, they are both equally important. However, I think it's also important to take into consideration the different situations. So, for example, now when we are undergoing this COVID situation, I think it's more important that we provide intangible welfare to students, because I think it's now more than ever that they need like our emotional support, but also in terms of feasibility, I think it's easier for us to work on intangible initiatives for welfare.
My second question will be a follow-up question. You mentioned that intangible welfare is more important, especially during this situation. Do you have any concrete plans or ideas that, on how you would carry out in order to provide this intangible welfare?
So my plan for intangible welfare would be to fully utilize the online platforms that are available to us. So not only can we like carry out the plans that were already existing before this on online platform, but I think it is also important for us in this time to like rack up our publicity efforts to like better reach out to students, and we can also use like surveys to survey the interest of students so that we can create more, like we can cater to their interests better and come up with initiatives that they are more likely to participate in.
Back to school events are insincere and reflect the failure of welfare to attract enough students to collect from exam welfare packing, leading to them being recycled for a new event. Okay. Back to school events are insincere and reflect the failure of welfare to attract enough students to collect exam welfare packages, leading to them being recycled for a new event itself.
Okay, so I would have to like disagree with that statement because I feel like there's still meaning behind the exam welfare packs. For example, the contents would include like stationery that students will use when they are doing the revision, or like things that can help brighten up their day and make their exam periods go by quicker. And for the part that it reflects failure of welfare in attracting students to collect, I agree that there's a decreasing trend in collections, where I think that this is an area for improvement. So maybe we could increase our publicity efforts, or like incentivize students to come and collect such welfare packs, or we could like better predict the collection trends using past data. Yeah. So, and as for the extra items, I wouldn't really consider them wastage, because we will still try our best to give them out in other science club events, and or we could use we could put other items into donations.
In your sourcing of sponsors for exam welfare pack 2, include a overview that one of your proposed sponsors has issues with one of the sponsors that Nuzu has found. Example, like industry rivals. So Nuzu demands that you drop this sponsor as they find that their sponsors will impact the students more. Outline your thought process and your thoughts of it.
So the first thing I would do is to clarify the terms of both sponsorships, and also like put great efforts to go and find out what students actually want in their exam welfare pack. So after clarifying what each sponsor is willing to provide, then I would try to make the best decision to cater to the students' needs. And I think ultimately, since our exam welfare pack is catered to science students, so we should respect their interests. And while we appreciate sponsors from Nusu, I think that if we were to accept their sponsorships, the items might ultimately go to waste, because they are not like the items that the science students want or need.
To graduate life sciences, I have two unrelated questions for you. So the first one is, your welfare subcommittee has found a sponsor who proposes to provide you an event at a subsidized rate of 50% of the usual price. Can you discuss some of your considerations in hosting an event like this?
Okay, so my immediate concerns would be to like what are the terms negotiated, like what has my marketing team negotiated with the sponsors, and what does the sponsor require from us in exchange for the subsidized rate. And after that, I think it will be important to weigh whether the amount of money that we can potentially save from this subsidized rate justifies the value of the activity. Like, does the activity value add to my students?
My second question is, so this year, well, the Welfare and Sports Subcommittees proposed the organization of a Health Week initiative. So this will provide the students with sporting activities, such as Zumba or Pilates classes, to cater to the mental well-being of the students. Can you share your opinions on such an initiative?
Sorry, can I clarify, you are asking whether my opinions on the partnership, is it? I think generally I'll be supportive of this idea because I think it's very important that we portray the importance of physical and mental health to students, and such a collaboration between two internal subcommittees will allow us to leverage off like expertise of each other subcommittees so that we can like through a collaborative effort provide something that is new and engaging for students.
Online practice event. But after the event, we found that students are not receptive of online welfare practice. So can you tell me how you're going to improve on this on welfare practice?
I'll go about tackling the situation is to firstly collect feedback from such students and like also ask for specific details on what they did not appreciate about it. Like was it the method of collection that they found not effective, or the actual items in the online welfare packs to be like not what they need right now. So if I would consider what they want can be provided physically, but I also have to like consider whether the safety measures of carrying out like such a physical giveaway will be sufficient to protect their well-being at the end of the day.
Proposal for 15 minutes extension for Q&A. Can I second for this motion? Please take us set the timer when the time is.
As you know, welfare committee has always been doing money issues, such as e-learning session and issue with nature walk. So given that now that there's a possibility that it could be an online exam again, can you tell me how you're going to go about doing money issues?
So I think the first thing to note is that such activities like the free diving and nature walk, they cater to groups of people with very specific interests. So I'm not saying that they're not meaningful, but like, given the COVID situation, we still have to weigh whether it's like worth it to adapt such initiatives into online platforms. So maybe instead we could come up with new initiatives that also serve the same purpose, original purpose, but can engage a wider audience. So I think now what's most important for students, like in the case of the free diving and nature walk, I think the main objective is to help students to de-stress. So I think that there are like other online initiatives that can be equally effective. So for example, the health week initiative that was suggested earlier, where you can help improve the mental well-being of students, or like more social media initiatives that students can look forward to taking part in every day.
I got two hypothetical questions for you. So, first situation, a large number of science club members win from a lucky draw contest held by welfare. And because of this, contest they caught into the integrity of such events by non-science club Can you please outline your thought process and course of action as welfare director? Yeah, I repeat. In a hypothetical situation, a large number of science club members win from a lucky draw contest held by welfare. As such, questions may call into the integrity of such events. Can you outline your thought process and course of action as welfare director? Yes, by so by non-science club member, I mean members, science students who are not members of science club committees.
I think firstly, what we will do to check back on what were the original intentions of the lucky draw, like how many students you were like aiming to give away prizes to and such. And after that, like analyze on how many of the students that participated in the giveaway were like science club members and non-science club members, and to see whether it's really very skewed towards one side and if there's a possibility that it was rigged. But in the case that it wasn't rigged, and the reason why more science club members were able to win the giveaway was just because of like higher participation among science club members, then I think I would need to like find out more ways that I can encourage non-science club members to like participate in such events, and also maybe consider imposing a limit on how many prizes can be won by each category of people.
So, for second situation, so say Lusu tells you that they were going to deliver their items to you like a day before your backpacking. However, on the day they're supposed to deliver themselves, they suddenly tell you that they cannot deliver in time. So, just for context, your packing is scheduled for the next day. You already have volunteers in place already, and distribution is the following weekend, which is in 3 days' time. So, what will you do as a director?
Okay, so I think the first thing I'll do is to liaise and clarify with Musu, like when is the like earlier date they can deliver the promised items to us, and if it's after before the distribution day or after the distribution day. And I think if it's still before the distribution, we can still carry out the original packing and include these items later, although it might like be more of a logistical hassle. And but then if the items can only be delivered after the distribution, then I would suggest that they be either like the whole distribution of the giveaway be postponed, or like you can provide the useful items separately in a separate distribution event. But I think I would mostly consider whether the extra manpower that I will need to find later on would like justify the amount of welfare I can provide to the students later.
Year 2 chemistry. Hi, Sabine. Can you comment on the effectiveness of welfare giveaway as a means of outreach?
I think overall it is still a commendable effort to provide tangible welfare to students because like welfare tax still provide them with what they get at that point of time. But then the problem with welfare tax is that it still needs effort on the students and so like there's no point like reaching out to students if they don't reciprocate. And so I think that maybe we need to like evaluate whether there are more meaningful ways to reach out to the student population and that they would appreciate and like appreciate the effort and like maybe feel more support, like they are supported, they have greater support from the welfare end.
Following on to chemistry, I have two related questions for you. So the first question is a hypothetical situation. So assuming that you are doing your exam of Pack 1 and the sports director came up to you is a flyer for this or a sponsor, such that and explains that it brings about more benefits for the upcoming Thai sports game. Explain your course of action and outline your thought process. Okay, I'll give you the second hypothetical situation now and I will repeat for the mini sticker later. Okay, so assuming that you have already put out publicity for one of your initiatives, such as the bubble tea giveaway, which is fully sponsored by the sponsor itself. 2 days before the event, the sponsor suddenly pull out of the event. Outline your course of action and your thought process. Okay, now repeat it properly for the mini sticker. So, the first hypothetical situation is that during exam welfare pack giveaway 1, which happens in the end of semester 1 before the exam, the sports director came up to you and want to insert a flyer of his or her sponsor into the welfare pack as a term for the sponsor to get more sponsorship. He or she explains that it will bring about like better welfare for those that are participating in science sports games. So what is your course of action and outline your thought process? And the second hypothetical situation.
Only that's 2 questions really. So you want to break up 2 questions to 1 question next week.
Just outline your course of action for both questions. Second question is that for our bubble tea giveaway initiative, which is an initiative that is fully sponsored by the sponsor itself, 2 days before the event, the sponsor pulled out of the event. Outline your course of action.
Okay, so for the flyer situation, right, I think it's important to note that not all science students who come and collect the welfare pack will be interested in like sports initiatives as well. So by putting the flyer into the welfare pack, right, in the future they might lose interest in like collecting the welfare pack because they feel like there's a lot of unrelated items inside, or items that they're not interested or signed up to, like items that they did not sign up to get. But I think that a possible option that can be explored would be to let students have the choice of whether they want to collect the flyer at the end of together with the exam welfare pack, but separately. And then for this second situation, I think you firstly analyze like the response from the publicity efforts. If the proposed like bubble tea giveaway has already garnered a lot of like interest and a lot of like positive feedback, then I think we'll try our best to come up like within short notice, come up with something that is equally beneficial to students' welfare and but then also through the same publicity platforms like apologize to students and seek for understanding.
I have a proposal to close the Q&A for the nominee, Someone shall be for portfolio welfare director for the first time management committee.
So now you have to SCMC proposal to close the Q&A.
Any second for this motion, Sabrina? Are there any votes of no confidence for Someone shall be for portfolio welfare director for the first time management committee? Gordon?
I think I agree. Definitely. As a board president quality. Strong. Someone come in.
Are there any seconders for this motion?
I want to graduate as a second motion.
Can I check everyone hand out the voting slip?
No. 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 No.
No. No. No. No. No.
Guys, please keep the book to yourself. And as you all can see, Samwayan Shamin has failed the vote of confidence and will be liable for representation and retraining. Samwayan Shamin, you have failed the vote of confidence for the role of the welfare director for the 41st Life Submission Committee. You are now liable for representation and retraining.
I have a proposal for 15 minutes break for 1334 to 1349.
So if you are to have the proposal from 134 to 139.
I have second for this motion, Mr. Bina.
You want to
I have a proposal to review the internal election for the 21st Science Club Management Committee. Tony.
So you have to propose the review the internal election for the first time.
May I second for this motion? May I have a proposal to open re-presentation and re-Q&A for the nominee Sangma Yan Xiaomin for the portfolio of Welfare Director for 41st Science Club Management Committee. Tony.
I certainly have to make the proposal to open re-presentation and Q&A.
May I have a second for this motion? You can. Sangma Yan Xiaomin, you have 20 minutes for re-presentation and 30 minutes for re-Q&A. You may begin when you are ready. Please take us start the timer.
Okay, so the first thing that I'll solve is that I forgot to like consider that welfare doesn't only like bring and support the vibrancy outreach welfare. Like it doesn't only contribute to the welfare part. Like welfare can also contribute to vibrancy and outreach. So for example, like all the like for example, the events that we plan can also be like a form of bringing vibrancy to students, and surveys are also a form of like outreach and receiving like feedback from students. And then for the redistribution of all exam welfare packs to students, I think I need to like consider the like what the students will feel like receiving the same items, and like what their opinion, what they would think about us just giving them all the leftovers. And as for the NUSU sponsors versus like my own marketing sponsor, I think I need to consider the relationship that welfare already has with that NUSU sponsor. Like, is it a long-term one? Like, have we been working with this sponsor for very long? And for the new one that my marketing team has sourced, right? I think we also need to consider whether there's potential for long-term like collaboration with this sponsor. For the health week initiative, I think it's important to take into account like logistical issues such as manpower allocation and like subcommittee delegation like between welfare and sports committee. So I think this is something that I will need to discuss with the sports director and like come to arrangement with. Yeah, so the sports flyer being added into the exam welfare pack, I think I need to consider like the effectiveness of the flyer, like does it benefit every single science student, and like whether like if I allow one other subcommittee to put their marketing things into the welfare pack, whether I'm being fair to other subcommittees as well. So I think maybe for this situation, it's better if I come to a compromise with that particular director and yeah, see if we can come to a compromise. And for the rig lucky draw thing, I think it's important to give a proper explanation to the non-science club students who felt that the event was like unfair. For the postponing of the exam welfare pack, I think I need to consider that it doesn't only affect like the welfare subcommittee. You also need to consider that like students have to like whether the students will be free to collect it. Like maybe by the time that we can get the welfare pack ready, it's already like the exam, then it defeats the purpose. And like for example, other like whether it will inconvenience other MCs, like for example, booking of venues, and whether it will clash with other events also. And as well as manpower, like I think it'll be very hard to allocate manpower for another distribution in like such short notice. And then for like in the event that like sponsor like completely withdraws out like just a few days, right? I think it's still important that we still provide some sort of welfare to the students. So maybe you could find like old items that you can compensate, because like publicity has already been made, and I think it's not good if we just like keep giving empty promises. And for the question about whether we should accept the sponsorship where students can attend an activity at subsidized rate, right? Then I think we should also consider whether welfare should even be paid by students in the first place. Like, aren't we supposed to provide them like free welfare? time.
Summary, 9 minutes and 30 seconds left for representation. Can you your representation now?
Yes.
There are proposals to open a Q&A for nominee Samaya Chamber, portfolio of welfare director for the Political Science Advisory Committee. There are second for this motion. Samaya Chairman, you now have 30 minutes for Q&A. Should be enough.
Okay, so I think like since pit stop is like it's a physical initiative, like it's a physical space, so students might not feel like they can benefit from it because of the nature of the online STEM, they might not like come to school and so they feel like it's a waste of resources. So, but I think there's still potential like for the development of pit stop after COVID, because I feel like eventually the students will return to school and pit stop can be used to like address their needs as well. And I think the main concern for pit stop is that like it was originally a study cluster and like there's a concern that there are not enough study spaces in science. So I think that we can also like provide alternatives to like come up with more places that we can open up to students so that they can study and like they don't feel like their study spaces has been compromised in order to have pit stop. And I think regardless of whether the student is like academically driven or not, I think they would still appreciate like a place to rest and relax. I think like one issue that I foresee is that like with the science student population being so big, right? Science students might not feel like they can benefit from pit stop because only a certain number of people can use it at one point of time. So, and the students who do not make use of the space might feel like it's a waste of resources. And on the other hand, like in terms of maintenance and manpower, right? Like we will need to sort out like who is going to take care of the space. Like, is it going to be like the welfare subcom or is it going to be MCs? But MCs already have like the club room duty. So, and there are also logistical issues. So, like we need to hold students accountable for the items inside when they use the pit stop room. So,
Thank you, great answers. I have two related questions for you. So this is a hypothetical situation. Assume now there is no more COVID situation. The welfare directors from Engine Club and Best Club, which will make up three of the largest faculties in the US, reach out to you to request for an inter-faculty collaboration for EWP2. So my first question is, what are some of your key considerations for this collaboration? And my second question is, can you outline your course of action?
Okay, so I think that my key considerations firstly would be what is the purpose of the collaboration? Like what are the benefits? Is it to show that like there's unity between the three faculties, but and how does it reflect on science welfare that we have to collab with other welfares also? And by collaborating with other faculties, will they compromise on like the quality of the exam welfare pack? Like, will it be less catered to the specific needs of science students? As for my course of action, I'll discuss this with like my welfare com and as well as the MCs on their opinions. And if I think we are favorable, like in favor of this suggestion, then I will liaise with the welfare from the different faculties so that we can iron out the details on how we can carry out this physical giveaway. So for example, things like venue booking and like manpower delegation. Yeah, and other logistical issues like who's going to source for what kind of sponsors. And then I think we will also need to survey items that will cater to the needs, of students from all faculties.
So I read the questions for you. The first question is comment on the usefulness and complications of the EWP, the exam welfare faculty.
Comment on the what? Comment on the
usefulness and the complications of the exam welfare faculty.
I think for usefulness, like the survey results can definitely help gain a better understanding of like what students think of the past exam welfare pack, so that we can like see what worked and what didn't work, so that we can like improve on it, and collection rates for future welfare packs will be better. But there's also problems with having a survey, is that it might not be accurate because students who complete the survey may not be like representative of the entire student population, like the target audience. And um, hello, anybody knows how to fix the mic? Or is there a spare mic here? It's okay now. Okay. And then we also need to question whether like the questions inside the exam welfare pack are necessary and effective in getting the specific information that we want.
My second question is to discuss the relevance of the workers provided by the welfare subsidy, given a rising trend of science students using digital means to study, such as iPads, and also a decreasing demand for the workers.
Okay, so mainly, I think the purpose of lockers is to serve as a place for students to store their like heavy or bulky items in school. And I agree that with the increased use of like digital devices, and especially since now it's an like mostly online semester, right? The need for lockers might have decreased, but then we cannot neglect that there will always still be students who find the need to like who need to store who need the space to store their items in school, and we can't just remove lockers completely because yeah, there's still like some people will still find use out of it.
We have a proposal for 15 minutes time extension for Q&A.
Survey the regulatory life sciences and business management propose to extend the Q&A.
Yeah, second for the motion. Minute takers, set the timer when the time is accessed.
In relation to the other branches of science, how can the other subcommittee support welfare, if any? Or how can welfare support the other subcommittee, if any?
I feel like before we can talk about bringing welfare to science students, right, we should first consider about the welfare of the science club members. So because if even the science club members don't feel like they're receiving enough welfare, then how can they like carry out their individual subcommittee goals like properly? But like how the subcoms from other each different branches can help each other, I think we can leverage on the different expertise or like skills from each branch. So for example, I know for comms, they will hold a Photoshop workshop for all the parts departments of the different subcommittees. And I think it's just like one example of how we can share like our knowledge of hard skills to help each other improve. And I think another way we can help each other is by manpower, because by attending each other's events, we can provide better feedback so that the other committees can carry out the events more effectively. Yeah.
How do you think the best subcommittee can benefit from exam welfare packing event besides receiving the physical welfare package?
I think exam welfare packing like it serves it's more than just about receiving the physical welfare package. Like it's opportunity for the BESH subcommittee to try like working together at the start of the year and also like feel like they are helping other subcommittees by participating in other subcommittee events. And I think through the event, they can also promote BESH to other participants and also gain a better understanding of how people outside of BESH view BESH.
Two unrelated questions for you. Okay, the first question. So during exam welfare tax ranking, students are supposed to wear covered shoes due to safety concerns. So just what you will do if you see a MC member reporting in slippers in front of the rest of the campus.
Yeah, I think firstly, the MCs are supposed to set like a good example for other science students. So I think that is definitely not the right thing to do lah. But I think the right thing to do is also to like consider their reputation at that point of time. So even I will not like confront them directly in front of the other person, but I'll probably tell that person to look into it, like do not do the same thing again because um like if he doesn't wear cover shoes, right, then other science students will just think that we are either like abusing our authority or like the rules we had in place are actually like quite meaningless. So afterwards, I also relook into whether the instructions given prior to the welfare packing were like clear and sufficient, and if there are any instructions that should be relooked at again.
The work done by welfare can be monotonous, monotonous, and dry, especially for multi-field. As such, one of your subcommittee members does not find any enjoyment in his or her job scope and wishes to leave. Outline your course of action.
I think firstly what I'll do is I'll talk to them and like hear where they're coming from and try my best to address their concerns. And I think I'll try to convince them that like about the importance of marketing and how like their work can actually impact like how successful welfare is. And hopefully like I can like help them to like remind them about why they joined welfare in the first place. And I think if after like talking to the person and they still wish to try like to not do marketing anymore, I think I'll try my best to like provide avenues where they can try out other skills or like to learn try doing things outside of their job scope. But ultimately I feel like work done by welfare is very dictated by what the subcom set out to do at the start of the year. So it need not be like monotonous and dry.
I have two unrelated questions for you. So the first question is that SCO wishes to create a vibrancy zone and pushes that all welfare distribution has to take place at this particular venue instead of the usual LT26 area where there is a lot of traffic. What will you do in response to that? So just to clarify, the LT26 area is like in front of the science frontier, so got a lot of people. Then my second question to you will be, what are some factors you consider a successful welfare initiative?
I think for the first question, I would understand where the SDO is coming from because a centralized place for all welfare events would like simplify logistics and maybe the events can also be carried out better because of the reduced human traffic. But I think an area of concern would be that students might not know of this new place and those who are used to collecting like or engaging in welfare activities at old locations, they might not know where the changes are, and I think that's where we need to like work on communication with students if we were to implement such a change. Yeah, then can you repeat the second question?
What are some of the factors that you would consider as a successful welfare initiative?
I think factors that I'll consider are whether the original purpose of the event were met, so be it like bonding between students or like helping students find sense of belonging, or like even like just to distress, like whether students actually felt those effects after the initiative. And I also consider whether it was carried out the best possible way, like in terms of like logistics. And I think another indicator will also be the feedback from students, whether we actually like help and give them like what they wanted and needed at that point of time. And I think lastly, I'll consider whether it was a good learning experience for both the welfare com and SCMC.
I have a proposal to close the week training for the nominee. Someone in summit, the portfolio of welfare director for the 41st summit. Second for this motion. Are there any votes of no confidence for someone summit, the portfolio of welfare director for the 41st summit? Are there any votes of no confidence for someone summit for the portfolio of welfare director for the 41st summit committee? Are there any votes of no confidence for someone summit for the portfolio of welfare director for the 41st summit committee?
Shami, you are now written as the welfare director for the 41st Science Foundation Committee. Thank you. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to like learn the ropes of this role.
I have a proposal to close the portfolio of welfare director for the 41st Science Foundation Committee. May I second for this motion? I have a proposal for a 5-minute break from 1452 to 1457. May I second for this motion?
Okay.
Now, proposal to resume the internal elections for the first time Cup National Committee. Okay. Second for the motion. Sabrina. Now, proposal to open the portfolio of receiving and giving director for the first time Cup National Committee. May I have a second for the motion? Now, a proposal to open the nominations for the portfolio of receiving and giving director for the first time Cup National Committee. I don't know. Proposal to open nominations for the portfolio of receiving and giving director for the first time Cup. May I have a second for this motion? Are there any nominations for the portfolio of receiving and giving director for the first time Cup National Committee? I don't know. Nominate Yong to last time for the portfolio of receiving and giving director for the first time Cup National Committee. May I have a second for this motion? Yong, you accept the nomination for the portfolio of receiving and giving director for the first time Cup National Committee. Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of receiving and giving director for the first time Cup National Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of receiving and giving director for the first time Cup National Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of receiving and giving director for the first time Cup National Committee? If there are no more nominations, may I have a proposal to close the nominations for the portfolio of receiving and giving director for the first time Cup National Committee? I have a year to close the nomination for the portfolio of receiving and giving director for the first time Cup National Committee. May I have a second for this motion? Yongjia, you have 20 minutes for presentation and 30 minutes for training. Please begin when you are ready. Please take the start timer when Yongjia will start.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Yongjia. I'm year 2 Life Sciences, and I'm running for the portfolio of Receiving and Giving Director for the 41st Science Card Management Committee. So I would like to start off with why I decided to run for REC. So it's because I had a very memorable time participating as a freshman and as well as a subcommittee member. And by participating as a freshman, it has allowed me to transition easily into science. On top of that, it also gave me a safe environment to try something new, because prior to joining REC, I have never danced or neither did I sew before. So it has given me a very safe environment to try something new. And most importantly, it has given me the opportunity to give back to the society. So I'd like to start off with mentioning the stakeholders of REC. So we have Science Card Management Committee, Science Dean's Office, Office of Student Affairs, Office of Safety, Health, Environment, also Freshman Subcommittee, as well as the seniors. So now I would like to explain the different stakeholders. So for SCMC, REC being a freshman orientation project is the decisions that we make in REC is likely to affect the other FOPs as well. So it's important to take into consideration the different FOPs when making our decisions. And for Science Office, because they are concerned about the welfare of the students, so and they will vet through the proposal. So it's definitely another stakeholder to consider when we're making our decision. And for OSA, it's also for the safety of the for the orientation project and to make sure that everything runs smoothly. And for Office of Safety, Health and Environment, because during REC we need a REC site in which that we need to liaise with OSHI to be able to ensure that the REC site is safe for use. And now on to NUSU, because REC and FLAG can't vote, like NUSU is the main organizer for REC and FLAG, so a lot of information will be disseminated through NUSU to us. So they definitely one of the stakeholders as well. And for freshmen, because it's a freshman orientation project, the freshmen will be our main target audience to help them to transition easily into science. And subcommittee members, as well as the seniors, because subcommittee members, like they're the main planning committee, and when making decisions, it's important to take into consideration their welfare and the commitments that they are making as well. And seniors because they will come back as helpers to help us fulfill our goal of putting out performance. So now I'll talk about my vision as if I were to become a REC director. So being a freshman audition project, the first goal is to welcome freshmen into science and allow them to make friends and build support groups for each other before the start of the academic year. And to do that, REC has a tradition that only freshmen can be dancers, so it allows them to have like a specific avenue in which they can join REC. And next, it's to allow science students to express and develop their creativity. Because REC is a very unique freshman orientation project that focuses around the topic of creativity, and there'll be like there'll be designing and ideation phase. So it's a good place for science students to be able to develop their creativity, and also it provides a safe environment for them to try out new things. Then because due to the nature of the situation today due to COVID-19, many of the current freshmen were unable to experience REC, and this is actually a cause of concern because it has been noted that a lot of previous REC members joined back as subcom. So one of my vision goals is also to ensure the continuity of REC. And lastly, is to allow students to give back to the community in a unique way, because we are giving thanks back to the community by putting out a performance to thank them for their support on Flag Day. And it also because of the partnership between REC and Flag, it allows REC participants to participate in the beneficiary visits organized by Flag. So next, are we moving on to talk about how REC and Flag are like related, and how REC can play a role in Flag. So to ensure that the REC subcom is actively participating and supporting Flag, there was a formation of the beneficiary liaison department, so that REC will be more involved in the planning and coordination process regarding the beneficiary visits. And it's also important for all the REC members to participate in the beneficiary visits, so that we'll be more in touch with our beneficiary and it'll add more purpose to our goal. And it's also emphasize the importance of supporting Flag activities. And because, as I said just now, it's to allow REC to be more in touch with the beneficiary that we are helping and bring more purpose to our goal of giving back. And also to add on to that, the amount raised during Flag Day and from OIC actually contributes to the score on rec day itself. So it's only like it's a responsible move on rec side to be able to participate and help out with flex activities. If not, it will reflect very badly on us if you were to pass all the beneficiary license responsibilities over to flag and not contribute anything on our side. So next, I'll talk about how I plan to ensure the continuity of rec in the following batches. So firstly, I'll state the problems and I will relate it back to the solutions. So the first problem is that, as mentioned before, the current freshmen did not have the rec experience and might not understand what actually happens in rec, and thus they are less inclined to join back to the subcommittee because they don't know what happened during the rec process itself, and because of this lack of understanding, they might not be that comfortable with joining a subcommittee that they have never experienced before. And the second problem I feel is that I noticed is that there is some distance between the science students that participated in rec as well as those that didn't participate. And I feel that the problem is that the experience of rec is very limited to those that join. And thus we need to allow science students to be part of the process as well to mediate this problem and hopefully encourage them to join rec as a subcommittee member as well. So to mediate this problem, the first solution is to allow the possibility of current freshmen to be dancers for rec. As mentioned previously, rec only allows the incoming freshmen to be dancers for rec, but since they didn't experience the rec dance experience this year, we can allow the current freshmen to be dancers for rec, but that's on the condition that they participate in a subcom, and once participating in a subcom, it will give them the opportunity to audition to be a dancer for rec. And also, I hope to increase more publicity of the different subcommittees in rec, because right now I feel like a lot of emphasis and interest is placed on dance itself, but not so much of costumes and floats. So a solution that I propose is to showcase more behind the scenes footage of costumes, of what goes on in costumes and floats, and so that we can allow those that have never experienced rec before to actually see what we do behind the scenes and increase their interest in it. And lastly, it's also to allow science students to be part of the ideation and design process. Because as stated in the second problem just now, is that because they are not really involved in the entire process of rec, they are less inclined to join the subcommittee because it seems very foreign to them. So by allowing them to join in with the designing process, it will create a sense of identity to them as they see one of their design options being showcased on stage. And next, I'll be talking about the plans if there were to be dependent on the restrictions. So since NUSU is the main organizer for Rec and Flag Carnival, we will most likely follow through with NUSU's plans. And we actually withdrew from NUSU's Rec and Flag Carnival this year, but that was because there was slow responses, and by the time the finalized update was given, it was actually quite late into the summer already, and it was quite hard for us to coordinate something up. So we decided to focus more of our efforts onto ESOP. So since we're already in the midst of the pandemic, and cautionary measures should be considered already, and it's likely that the various faculties rec will be informed earlier. Thus, it will be a more feasible plan to move on with NUSU this year. And if the restrictions allow to have more publicity, we can create a video shoot for the dance performance, and it also serves as something that is lasting for the freshmen. But to do this, we will need the help of the communications department for the process of videoing and editing. And actually, to add on to the NUSU's point, given the situation that the updates are slow again, we can actually use the timeline from previous years as a guideline to help us accomplish our goals at the various times of various times of summer. And I feel that it's better to be prepared than unprepared, as it's easier to adapt to changes, to the changing situation, than to come up with something totally new in a very short period of time. Although I also acknowledge that the subcommittee members would be quite tired out because they have to keep changing and adapting to different situations. But if I were to be elected as the right director, I will really try my best to guide them through this difficult time and for us to accomplish our goals together. Thank you.
We have 7 minutes and 54 seconds left for presentation. You will join your presentation now.
Yes, thank you.
We have a proposal to open a Q&A for the nominee from the portfolio of receiving and giving director for the first time national committee. There are second for this motion. Year 2 chemistry. Hi Yongxia, I have 2 questions for you. So my first question would be, in your opinion, why do you think the rec director is part of SCMC?
So to the question about why the rec director is considered part of SCMC, is because linking back to the VOW, which is vibrancy, outreach, and welfare, I feel that rec in terms of vibrancy, it's very unique because of the different departments that is involved, such as costumes, floats, and dance. They are not departments that you see commonly every day. So I think it definitely adds to the vibrancy of students' life. And in terms of outreach, it's very meaningful because we're able to contribute back to the society and give thanks to the public that helped us with the donations during Flag Day. And in terms of welfare, it gives freshmen an enjoyable pre-uni experience and allows them to forge friendships with each other even before the start of university life. And linking back to unity through participation, as proposed just now, with the inclusiveness of the decision-making process with the rest of the science students in terms of the ideation and design process, it encourages everyone to unite together for us to be able to put out a performance on stage. So as to why the rec director is part of SCMC, because I feel the rec director is able to facilitate this entire process of rec and ensure the smooth running of rec to achieve these goals.
My next question for you is, comment on this statement. The only reason why REC is considered a freshman orientation project is firstly because it falls in the summer, and second, because only freshmen are allowed to be dancers.
So answering to the commenting on this statement or whether the only reason why REC is considered a freshman orientation project because it's in the summer and because only freshmen can be a dancer, I feel that it's not entirely true. Yes, I admit that REC does happen in the summer, but this is not the only reason why REC is considered a freshman orientation project. And with regards to the reason that only freshmen can be a dancer, it's because I feel that due to the freshmen are not only dance is not the only department that freshmen are able to join. They're able to join costumes and floats, but however, due to the popularity of it, we will limit only the freshmen to be able to be dancers so that everyone will have an opportunity in their year. If, example, we let seniors be dancers as well, then we might not be able to guarantee that the freshmen will be able to have this experience as well. And to further substantiate on why REC is considered a freshman orientation project, in lines with giving the opportunity for bonding between seniors and freshmen, it's during REC, we spend close to 1.5 months together every single day, sometimes with night rehearsals. We are able to bond very closely and be able to know each other very well. And this is a very good opportunity to know the seniors as well as the freshmen. And we also help with the academic side of our school. So I feel that REC is considered as an FOP more than because it only happens in the summer, only freshmen are able to be a dancer.
As you know, REC is given a score for their performance during REC and FLAG Carnival, for which the faculty will then be awarded gold, silver, or bronze. Part of this score is based on the amount of money raised for the beneficiaries by the faculty flag. This year, NUSU has decided to separate the scores and independently award REC and flag of each faculty center. So this means that whatever flag gets does not affect REC. Okay? So please comment if you are in favor of this view.
Sorry, can you repeat the question slower?
Okay. As you know, REC is given a score for their performance during REC and FLAG Carnival, for which the faculty will then be awarded gold, silver, or bronze. A part of this score is based on the amount of money raised for the beneficiary by the faculty's flag. This year, NUSU has decided to separate the scores and independently award REC and FLAG of each faculty. This means that whatever flag gets does not affect whatever REC gets. Please comment if you are in favor of this. I have a second question after.
I'm sorry, to clarify, so NUSU separates the score for REC and FLAG, so they're no longer taken into consideration together. So the amount of money you raise for FLAG will not be considered for the score for REC. Thank you. And I'm supposed to comment on whether I'm in favor of this decision. Okay, thank you. I'm not in favor of this decision because to separate the scoring system for red and flag, this defeats the main purpose of red and flag, which is to thank the public for their support during flag. And it also caused a break between the two committees, which is supposed to work very closely together to support each other. But with this, because of this new scoring system, it's very likely that only like the individual committees will only focus on their respective responsibilities, and we will no longer be we will no longer be working very closely together. And this will also cause the freshmen to be less incentivized or have like the wrong thought of have like the wrong impression of perception to help on flag to like help on flag day, which also goes against the idea of unity through participation, because now we're actually divided into two committees. So I'm not in favor of this decision.
So say now that you also have decided to go forward with this members, this is then for them to go down for flag day, as you have pointed out, it no longer counts towards the score. Describe your course of action based on the relevance of the red flag relationship you mentioned.
Could you repeat the first part again?
Say now that you also have decided to go forward with this decision, meaning they have decided to go ahead with the CPH anyways. So your red subcommittee members feel it is then pointless for them to go for flag day as no longer counts towards the score.
Yeah, so comment on the relevance of the red and flag relationship.
No, describe your course of action based on how you do the red and flag relationship.
So first, I would like to emphasize that rank and flag are very close committees, and especially like they work together for the beneficiary visit license. So my course of action will be, I will still reinforce the stance of the right subcom going for Flag Day, and I will add the additional reason that it also can be a day for bonding for them if they do something meaningful together. And I will emphasize the importance to help out and support each other and each other's committees, because it will reflect badly on the REC subcom if we were to not help out in Flag Day. And furthermore, the flag score is also something that ties in with the sense of pride as a science student. So being able to do well for a flag score will also instill a sense of pride and satisfaction to science students. So I feel it's very important for everyone to contribute as and when they can.
I have a proposal to extend. We have a proposal for 15 minutes extension for chairman. Yeah, second one for this motion.
Comment on this statement. Mutual rank and flag is biased against science flag because we reduce technical rehearsal time for science, giving more to other faculties, as well as allow the prohibited stance during the performance.
So if I were to comment on this statement, I will take a look at, I will consider it from the perspective of the different stakeholders. So for as science as a whole, so for freshman subcommittee and for science fact, I'm sure there'll be a feeling of unjust because they were unable to carry out whatever they've planned, and the hard work cannot be shown on stage, especially when the information of the prohibited the prohibited choreography was informed so late to us, we would definitely feel that NUSU has a bias against science rec, but I also need to consider it from NUSU's point of view. Maybe it's a technical error on their side in which the music was cut off early, and it may also have been like a coincidence that like these two things that happen to be against science rec happen together at the same time. So I need to consider from different perspectives, but I feel that we shouldn't allow the prohibited stunts for science, right? Because it will concern science office as well, because they are in charge of the safety and the welfare of freshmen. So if we were to do something that was dangerous, it wouldn't be responsible on our side, and it will reflect very badly on science, right, to science office. And I feel that like the trust between us will have been broken because of like the competition, like for the score that comes with doing a dangerous stunt.
When it comes to recruitment for Lego Week, your sub-committee members refuses to join, stating, we have joined the sub-committee for rec. This is not what we signed up for. How would you do?
So to that, I'll first try to find out the reason why they are unwilling to go for Lego Week. Maybe I'll attribute it to like a lack of understanding for Lego Week. So what I will do is that I will reiterate that science right is actually part of the service committee in SCMC, and we need to do our part as this service committee. And I also would emphasize that this is a commitment that we need to do together as science right, and it's a responsibility that we should uphold all together. And maybe because of this lack of understanding, I could maybe involve them more in the planning process to have them understand more about what goes on in Lego Week. And maybe we can like come up with an idea that is interesting and they will eventually go for it, like together as a science fair. And I also feel that it's like a bonding process for them as well.
After discussing with all RCBs, NUSU now places a priority for their camp override. This means that rec directors will need to seek permission from the camp leaders beforehand, before the freshmen are allowed to leave the camp for rec practices. So without requesting for permission beforehand, NUSU now gives authority to the camp leaders to reject and depose the freshmen in the camp. So authority takes effect 1 week before actual rec and set time. So after consideration, what is the next course of action?
Could you repeat the first half of it before the authority one?
After discussing with all and RC, Musu now gives priority to the all and RC can override. So this means that rec directors will need to seek permission from the camp lead beforehand before the freshmen are allowed to leave the camp for rec. Without requesting for permission beforehand, Musu now gives authority to the camp lead to reject and withhold the freshmen in their camp. So this authority takes effect 1 week before the actual rec and set time. So after consideration, what is the next course of action?
Can I seek clarification? Is that this hall and RC camp PD, right? Has the freshman actually started the camp, or is it before the camp?
Okay, so this authority takes effect 1 week before the actual rec and set time. And it so happens to coincide with the allocated dates that all and RC camps are.
So the freshman will have been in the camp already. Because 1 week before the actual Red and Flag Carnival is actually a very critical time for REC to actually clean up and make those necessary adjustments before the actual Red and Flag Carnival. And freshmen not being there would actually really affect the performance of the entire REC performance. So due to this urgency, I would confront the Hall or RC Camp PD just so that I would have to seek their understanding to allow these freshmen to just leave the camp for maybe 2 to 3 hours every single day throughout the entire course of the camp, so that it wouldn't be affecting them too heavily, but also it allows the freshmen to come over to REC so that they can actually fulfill the entire goal of the REC performance. And I also feel that by doing this, it will also be fair to the other freshmen who decide not to take part in actually those Hall and RC camp programs, just so that they can dedicate all their time towards REC. So I feel that it's also only fair that I confront the Hall and RC camp PD to see their understanding and maybe seek help from the BPFOP as well to talk to the PD so that they will allow the freshmen to come for REC practices maybe 2 to 3 hours a day. Yeah, because that 1 week is really a very critical time and it's very urgent for us.
Another quote, we won't encourage PBs to get gold. With regards to the contradictions of these sentences to the true situation across REC, how do you plan to tackle this very situation?
Could you speak a bit slower?
I quote, the whole awards thing is really just a mindset problem, and only a few PBs are really competing just to get gold or silver or etc. Another quote, we won't encourage PBs to get gold. With regards to the contradictions of these sentences to the true situation across REC, how do you plan to tackle this very situation?
What's the last statement again?
With regards to the contradictions of these sentences to the true situation across REC, how do you plan to tackle this very situation?
Firstly, I feel that the contradiction lies largely on perception. Like when someone is unconsciously doing something which is actually competing for goal, they can think that they are not actually encouraging it. So I feel that the plan to tackle the situation is to really just set my mind on a specific goal, which is what I personally value is the development and the willingness of the subcom members and the freshmen to learn things, which is very important. Like I personally value it a lot because one of my vision is to create a safe environment for the freshmen to be able to try new things that they never tried before, as well as for the subcom members. So, so the main welfare of the freshmen and the subcom member would be my main goal, like the thing I'll be focusing the most on. So I think that's how I can tackle the situation of actually unknowingly encouraging the rec to get goal and something like that. So I also feel that by actually encouraging the rec to achieve a certain prize, it actually really creates a lot of stress on the freshman and the subcom itself, and it might potentially break friendship, which is something that is not what FOP should be doing.
Assuming that you are the first rec director and the VPFOP for your previous rec director constantly abuses his power to enforce his idea of rec on you, as he was not able to carry out his plan last year due to COVID. Can you outline your thought process and next course?
Could you repeat the second part again?
So your VPFOP constantly enforces his idea on rec onto you as he was not able to carry out his plans last year due to COVID. Outline your thought process and next course of action.
Thank you. So firstly, I'll acknowledge that due to the experience he has, I'll definitely take into consideration his suggestions because his ideas can be good and beneficial. But assuming I'm the director, I feel that it is my responsibility to actually take charge of what I set myself up to do, and I'll stand by my decision if it actually differs from him, or maybe I can consult him if I have any problems regarding rec due to the prior experience he has. But I feel that it's important for me to be confident and of my decision. If not, there will not be a need for a rec director anymore. This for the 41st SCMC, because with the experience he has, he could be the acting director anyways. Thank you.
I have a proposal to close the Q&A for the nominee Yong-Jia for the portfolio of receiving and giving director for the 41st Science Management Committee. May I have a second for this motion? Are there any votes of no confidence for Yong-Jia for the portfolio of receiving and giving director for the 41st Science Management Committee? Are there any seconders for this motion? Thank you. We have a proposal to reduce the internal election for the first time election committee. Second for this motion. Gordon.
We have a
proposal to open representation and Q&A for the nominee yourself for the portfolio of civil engineering director for the first time election committee. I have a second for this motion, Gordon. We have 30 minutes for representation and 30 minutes for Q&A. We'll begin when you're ready. Please take us, please start the timer. Please take us, please start the timer.
Okay, so I'd like to address some of like the Q&A question. So one of it was why REC director should be considered past SCMC. So in addition to the vibrancy, outreach and welfare, I feel that the REC director can support other MC members in their FOP projects, not only FOP projects, but in SCMC as a whole. And if I were to be a REC director, if I were to be a REC director, I would definitely support the fellow MC members in their work, both emotionally and physically. And I feel that like in SCAM there's a fake friendship element in which SCMC members are able to participate in, and I think it adds to the fun element of SCAM as a FOP project. So next, regarding the question of my take on the current on the sentence about NUSU red and flag being against science rec because of the rehearsal time decrease and also of the prohibited stance on the stage by other faculties. I did not consider the unfair treatment and the how the unfair treatment would affect the morale and feeling of the participants, as because seeing other faculties being able to do things that they were told they were not allowed to do definitely will make them feel a sense of inferiority, because they practice hard for the stunts as well, but were unable to do what they trained to do, or what they practice to do. Also, I also failed to take into account how I should manage the expectations of subcommittee members. They might have subcommittee members going to the Red and Flag Carnival. They might have the impression that this rule was implied throughout all the faculties, but to see the unfair treatment of other faculties as compared to science faculty will definitely decrease the morale by a bit. But I feel that I need to take into account that I need to tell them that by doing this, we're actually taking into account the safety of the freshmen and taking into account basically the safety of our entire rec, and results is not, and the scores that are associated with the dangerous stunts is not everything that they should focus their time on. So regarding the the rep versus hall D conflict, by not letting them have a choice, the importance is to allow the freshmen to have the freedom of choice, and because this decision given by, and because Nusu decision is not absolute, I can actually seek help from the VP FOP and the president to help to deconflict this situation. And also because this information was given very early prior to the week that it's being implemented, I can take the time to deconflict with Nusu as well as the hall and RC camp PDs in order to ensure that the FOP experience of the freshmen is not affected, because by asking them to decide between rec versus the hall and RC camp is actually decreasing their experience of freshman audition projects, and this is not desirable. And also, I did not take into account the subcom efforts in the whole entire planning process, because they might feel like their efforts are being wasted if the freshmen did not actually come for rec practice and go for RC camp instead. So I feel like I should consider more from the different stakeholders' point of view in order to better reach to think out my course of action better. And regarding the statement of encouraging of PDs encouraging their recs to get gold, I feel that I did not take into account the comparison between achievement and like the intangible, which is like the sense of the friendship that they might develop through the entire rec process. And so I failed to take into account the enjoyment part of the freshman, and I only talked about how like they can continue to develop and learn new things if we won't focus on getting gold. Oh, and also regarding the presentation of allowing the current freshmen to be able to have roles as a dancer, I failed to take into account that that the dual role might be very hard on the freshmen, and they might take into it might cause them to have a lot of stress because they have to do the dancing role as well as like the other departmental role, so their welfare is compromised. So I definitely need to think of a solution that will allow the subcommittee members, the freshmen this year that are going to join as subcommittee members, to be able to experience what they missed out as a freshman.
So, we have 12 minutes and 8 seconds left for presentation. You wish to end your presentation now. We have a proposal to open V Q&A for the nominee Dongxia for portfolio of receiving and giving director for the political science management committee. Yeah, second for the motion. Dongxia, you now have 30 minutes for Q&A. 20.
In a hypothetical scenario, the VP FOP approaches you and explains to you that due to a lack of committee members this year, he would like you to help out to plan and manage beneficiary visits instead, stating that a larger committee can help out more and that it ties with your vision to give back to the community. What is your thought process and your course of action? Okay. In hypothetical scenario, your VP FOP approaches you and explains to you that due to a lack of subcommittee members this year, he would like you to manage and plan beneficiary visits instead, stating that a larger committee size can help out more and that it ties with your vision
just need to please step through the course. Explain your thought process and your thoughts of that.
I definitely feel my thought process would be like I definitely feel that the lack of a flex outcome would definitely cause the experience. Okay, so my thought process would be that due to the lack of flex outcome members, I feel that REC being a very close subcom to flag should step up to help. So my course of action would be since there is a formation of the beneficiary license department in REC already, maybe I can put more members over to the beneficiary license committee. But at the same time, I also need to take into account how my subcom members will feel, because the job scope of a REC subcom member and a flag subcom member is very different. So maybe during the subcom recruitment process, I'll need to tell them that that we will need to help out with flag periodically, and so that we can achieve our goals together. And so my course of action would be to inform the subcom, to inform those that are coming for subcom recruitment that that some would be a majority will be going to the beneficiary license department, but they should be rest assured that the rest of the other REC subcom members will help them in the planning process of the flag activities.
First, your float subcommittee member has come up to you to say that a few of the float freshmen have not been attending float student sessions regularly. But when they do come, they are very enthusiastic and helpful. Unfortunately, this still results in your float being behind schedule. Outline your course of action.
Due to the complexity of the floats in REC, building a float and designing of a float actually takes a lot of time. So due to this urgency, I would ask for the help of the fellow MC members, as well as maybe their subcom members, to come and help us to build this float, because it's very urgent. And although the floats freshmen are very enthusiastic and proactive when they're actually here, but the main problem is that the float is still not built in time. So I think I should tackle the main problem of the urgency of the floats, and ask as many people to come and help out for the floats as possible, so that we can build the floats on time.
So let's say your REC subcommittee has a very high expectation of the performance of REC. A freshman has come up to you to say that during the night rehearsal, a few of the dance freshmen cried as the REC dance seniors have placed unnecessary pressure and stress on them. Outline your course of action.
Could you repeat the first part again?
Let's say your REC subcommittee has a very high expectation of performance of REC. Freshman has come up to you to say that during the night rehearsal, a few of the dance One's lifeline cry, as the Red Gun seniors have been unnecessary pressure and stress on them. Outline your course of action.
So the two main stakeholders that I would be considering would be the dance seniors as well as the freshmen. So understanding from the dance seniors' point of view, choreographing an entire performance by themselves takes a lot of hard work, and they put a lot of time into place. So it's only natural that they have high expectations of the freshmen that they are teaching the dance to. And I feel that my course of action to this is that I'll need to remind them that some of these freshmen are completely new to dance, and their expectations need to be tailored towards the standard, the level of dancing ability of the freshmen. I would also say that having high expectations is good, but then we need to take into account the welfare of the freshmen as well, because the freshmen have feedback that the dance seniors are placing unnecessary pressure on them. So that's definitely something that you must take into account. So looking from the freshmen's point of view, definitely their welfare is being concerned because they are overly stressed. So and because by being overly stressed, their morale would be affected, and they might probably be less motivated to actually continue like the hard work until the right performance day. So something I would do is that after receiving this feedback from the freshmen, I would definitely talk to the dance seniors in a very professional way to tell them that some freshmen have feedback about this, and they need to be able to manage their expectations accordingly, and maybe also say some encouraging words or words of affirmation to the freshmen to let them know that they're actually doing a very good job, just that due to the very high expectations and maybe the stress that's attributed to it, something that they might have said might have come across very negatively towards them.
So the first question is, comment on the following statement and quote, REC is an exclusive subcommittee. All their members are from the previous year's REC dancers.
So firstly, I would like to acknowledge that I do feel that REC can sometimes come across quite exclusive because somewhat furthermore, all the members of the subcom are formed by the previous dance department. But I would like to say that I feel that this came across like this problem is here because I feel there's a lack of relevance to the other science students, because the other science students they didn't manage to experience the experience of rag, and even relating to those that are from floats and costumes. I would say that the dancers spend the most amount of time together with each other. That's why their bond would say stronger as compared to those that are from costumes and floats, in which their commitments are more flexible as compared to dance. So I feel that there's a lack of relationship. There's a lack of relationship to rag with the costumes, participants, the float participants, as well as the other science students. So something that I can do is I would want to mix the dancers with the costumes and floats committee, so that they will feel a sense of belonging together, and create a sense of identity, so that even those from costumes and floats will be inclined to come back together. And as for the other science students, I feel that because they were unable to experience the fun and joy that we had as rag dancers, so that's why they are less inclined to come back and join as a rag subcom. So something I will do is I will invite them to come to join in with the ideation process, so that it makes them feel that they have a sense of identity and a sense of belonging together with rag, so that maybe they'll get to know about the things we do in rag, and it can spark an interest in them, so that they'll want to come back as a subcom member and try out new things as a dance choreographer, floats or costumes committee member.
So you are now the rag director. You have attended SCAM. So after SCAM, your DPR tells you that the Pharmaceutical Sciences Society president complains that the science rag committee members that are participating in SCAM as seniors told the freshmen not to join pharmacy rag because it's not fun and it's a fake rag because they are not effective. What is your course of action? Okay, so I repeat my question. So you are now the rag director and you attended SCAM. After SCAM, your DPR tells you that the Pharmaceutical Sciences Society president complains that the science rag committee members that participated in SCAM and seniors told their freshmen not to join pharmacy rag because it is not fun and it's a fake rag. What is your course of action?
So firstly, I'll acknowledge that this particular sentence should not have been said, and I would personally talk to those that said it, because I feel that by saying such remarks, it actually causes the freshmen to feel pressured into joining science rag and over farm rag. But however, I believe that every rag has their own set of vision and own set of goals, and I would advise them that they should not comment on other rags due to their lack of knowledge of the goals and aspirations that rec might have for their own freshmen. So what I will do also is also if this complaint came during the duration of the camp, those seniors those SCM seniors that said it, I would advise them to go back and talk about and advise the freshmen that actually they are able to choose which rec they want to go, and they should not feel pressure at all because each rec offers their own set of fun and enjoyment. And saying that it's a fake rec doesn't have any positive point to prove as well, and it doesn't look good on science rec as well, as it looks like we are as it feels that we are as it looks like we are looking at ourselves as a rec that is superior to other recs, which is not the case that should come across.
May I have a proposal for 15 minutes attention for Q&A?
And also the graduate last second.
Please take us, we set a timer when the time elapses. So one.
Hi, okay, I just have one question for you. So, in the event that FOP is online this year, can you suggest how you think that and SAL can work together to present an online version of that exposure session?
So based on my knowledge, SAL and REC, they do have like a small REC exposure segment in SAL, which is REC will actually showcase their performance that they're going to be performing on the actual REC day itself, and the other half of the SAL freshmen, they will be actually learning the mass dance over a course of 2 to 3 days. So in the event that FOP is online this year, I feel that going together along this same line, we can showcase the past year's REC videos that are available online. And due to the lack of popularity of the mass dance, as shown in like EFOP, like the reception wasn't that good. So maybe we can do something more interactive with the freshmen, such as making it into a quiz that is more interactive. So the quiz may have questions about the video to see whether like they are paying attention to the video or not, because it's a REC exposure segment after all. And I also want to put the focus to costumes and floats as well, because so far all the exposure segment is based on dance itself. So maybe for floats and costumes, you can have a session on how to repurpose old items, because REC does touch on environmental sustainability as well. So to be able to incorporate that into the REC exposure segment for SAL, I feel that it will be very meaningful and you'll be able to accomplish our goals.
REC has a dedicated segment REC exposure during SCAN. This has led to tension as the internal subcommittees are not given an equivalent amount of airtime during SCAN.
May I clarify, which committee is saying that they aren't given equivalent internal? May I clarify the internals is, who are they referring to?
Sports, welfare, and
I feel that REC as a freshman orientation project is something that is very hard to be explained to the freshmen, and it's something that needs to be experienced by the freshmen themselves in order for them to want to join it. So I feel that the REC exposure segment during SCM is actually one of the main areas where we are able to get a lot of participants for our dance trials, in which they will come and join as REC dancers. So for regarding the internal section, I feel that welfare has the exam welfare pack giveaway, in which it's a entire faculty wide thing, and it will garner quite a lot of publicity from everyone. Sports, they have IFG, in which is also an inter-faculty game, and it's quite well known amongst science students. Project Angel, due to the very unique selling point as they are overseas voluntary committee. So I feel that it's also something that they will have quite a good response to, quite a good sign up rate as well. And with regards to SVC, it's a very important and integral part of Science Club, in which it promotes the voluntarism spirit in science. So I feel that through the various activities, they'll be able to have garnered some interest along the way. But however, REC only occurs in the summer, and we don't really have a lot of opportunities for us to advertise REC throughout the entire academic year. As I feel that it's important for REC to have this REC exposure segment in order to ensure that we have freshmen that will take part in REC in the summer.
Conflict arises between the REC committee and the REC committee that the same freshmen as their contractual and dancer records. How will you handle it?
If I was the REC director, I would not allow a freshman to be in both BASH and REC, although it's the most ideal situation. But due to the nature of both FOPs, which is very high commitment, which requires a lot a lot of time and effort from the freshmen. I feel that the welfare of the freshmen is at stake if they were to join both rec and bash. So in this hypothetical situation that we were fighting over the same freshman, I feel that we should not, like, both bash and rec should not be pushing, should not try to push and pressure the freshmen to choose rec or bash. I feel that it's a decision that they need to make by themselves, because ultimately it's a freshman orientation experience that they would want to they want to like fulfill. So I feel that it's incorrect for in the sense that if I was right, I would not push the freshmen to come over and join. Right? I feel that it's ultimately it's their position to decide whether they want to join or not. But yeah, I would not allow the freshmen to join both bash and rec. Okay. Could you repeat the question again?
In a hypothetical situation during SCAN, conflict arises between the bash subcommittee members and rec subcommittee members who wish to select the same freshman as their contestant and dancer respectively. How will you handle this situation?
I would ask the subcommittee members on which freshman it's concerning, and I feel that it's best that both bash and rec to ask the freshmen on the decision that the freshman to know the decision that the freshman ultimately makes. And as I said previously, I feel that neither party should push for the freshmen to join either their events, and the decision is ultimately lies in the freshman on which freshman audition project the person wishes to join.
The amount of money used by the rec subcommittee, comment on this sentiment.
the money given to us to put our performance on rec day should be solely used for putting out performance itself, and I feel that it should not be used in other like for other purposes. And in addition to that, putting out performance is also a way that we give back to the society to thank them for the donations during rec day. Instead, like the money that the public donated on flag day should be donated to the beneficiary instead. And if you want to donate more to the beneficiary, I will encourage more people to come and help out for flag day so that we get more money.
How are you going to address this sentiment?
I think to address this sentiment, I have to consider it from like the freshman and subcommittee's perspective. The money used to put out performance is also like it is needed for us to get the materials that we need in order to be able to come up with all like the floats and costumes. And I would like reassure I would reassure those that they made the statement that the money that we get from flag will be donated to the beneficiary instead. And this amount of money is like is going to enhance the freshman's uni experience as well. So
including beneficiaries for beneficiary visits such as children, and helping out with REC design and showcase such as mini talks and
Could you repeat the question again?
if you have the opportunity, what is your stand to include beneficiaries for beneficiary visits such as children, and helping out with REC design and showcase such as mini projects?
Well, I think this is definitely a very good suggestion because by being able to connect with the beneficiary, is like during the beneficiary visits, and being able to do something that's related to REC as well. I feel that it adds a personal touch to the floats, and it has an added meaning to the floats as well because it's designed by the beneficiaries, and maybe things that they can do to help would be like the painting and like simple design of the floats. And I feel that it will add a lot of meaning to our REC performance as well because we're not only supporting flag in terms of giving back to the community, but we're also showcasing the talents and skills of a beneficiary in our performance itself. So I think it's a very meaningful suggestion.
Hi, Amsia. I have two related questions for you. So the first question would be, given that REC has a relatively strong following, and you know that you have a Facebook group, how important do you think are alumni opinions on your decision as a REC director?
May I clarify alumni decisions, right?
Alumni opinions.
Oh, opinion.
Due to the lack of time, I would like to pose my second question now. So, for example, if you are elected as the REC director now, and after hearing your opinions on including the seniors, because they do not have the experience to join REC, these current freshmen into the direct answer. Some of the alumni expressed extreme unhappiness in your decision. How you handle it?
So for the first question, the one on the alumni opinions, I feel that their opinions would value add to REC, as they have the relevant experience and expertise in areas that we might be lacking, especially for floats as well as costumes, because most of us might be new to this in this area. So I feel that their opinions are definitely helpful and important and can be taken into consideration. And their opinions can help us to develop the skills in which we're lacking. However, I feel that their opinions should not overpower the decisions that we're making as a subcom, because ultimately this subcom is deciding and planning the performance that we're going to put up as a science faculty. So I feel that although their opinions are very important, they should not outweigh the decisions that we're currently making. So in response to the second question about allowing the current freshmen to join and the possible comments that the alumni might express, I will explain to them and hopefully they'll understand the current situation that we're facing now, in which the COVID-19 really caused us to cancel REC, and the current freshmen are unable to experience the FOP experience. So I would definitely prioritize the FOP experience for the current freshmen, and I'll stand by my decision in allowing the current freshmen to experience more of the REC experience, despite the comments that you might give.
I have a proposal to close the Q&A for the nominee Yongxia for portfolio of receiving and giving director for the 21st Science Cup National Committee. Second for this motion, Gordon. Are there any votes of no confidence for Yongxia for the portfolio of receiving and giving director for the 21st Science Cup National Committee? Are there any votes of no confidence for Yongxia for the portfolio of receiving and giving director for the 21st Science Cup National Committee? Are there any votes of no confidence for Yongxia for the portfolio of receiving and giving director for the 21st Science Cup National Committee?
Lisa, you're now written as the receiving and giving director for the 41st Science Cup Management Committee.
Thank you, everyone, for trusting me with this decision, with your decision. Thank you.
I have a proposal to close the portfolio of receiving and giving director for the 41st Science Cup National Committee. I have a second for this motion. I have a proposal for 5-minute break for 17172 to 1722. I have a second for this motion.
the science camp director, I will have a lot of independence in my choices and decisions that I make, so which will help me grow as a person as well. So for my goals and direction as an MC, so as I said, I want to make science club and events more known to the students by being a bridge between the students and science club. So I think bringing the different events across the science population, it also helps them feel more belonged in science as well. Secondly, as an MC, I hope we can be adaptable, because in these uncertain times, I think it's important that we are open-minded, and we are able to make changes to provide the best for the science population. And lastly, to grow and learn together and to support each other throughout this journey. Okay, so now that I've explained why I want to join as a MC, now I want to move on to why Science Camp Director. So for me, like I said, boosting participation in events is something I want to focus on. And I think this can be done when we have a positive impact on students who attend the more popular events, which are more subscribed. So when we cater to the needs of these students, right, then we will encourage them to participate in other events as well. So I think the best way to have this impact is during the freshman year, because that's when the freshmen are actually finding their footing and they're the most eager to find out about the happenings in science. So I think FOPs are really something that can help to outreach for the events and even science lab itself. So I chose SCAM particularly because, as I said, being part of the SCAM Com last year, I could really feel the SCAM spirit throughout the planning process. And I want to let the freshmen experience this because it's something that I want everyone to experience, because I resonate so strongly with it. And I think that the freshmen who go through SCAM will experience this spirit and be encouraged to join other events or even SCAM in the following years. So, and also as someone who has experience going through the process, I think I'll have the knowledge and I'll have the knowledge to guide my incoming com members, even if they are freshmen who have not experienced the physical SCAM. And I think it's also important to pass on this spirit to the future batches, because this will ensure the continuity of SCAM even when things are very uncertain, even now. Okay, so first of all, this is my goal and vision for my committee. So I want a committee where people feel belong, accepted, and one which is a safe space for everyone. So first of all, feeling belong and accepted is something that that comes from the bonding within the com, because I feel like there's a lot of uncertainties in this period, and we might have to make a lot of changes to the plans that we have, and a lot of them might feel dejected or like demotivated when the plans that they plan out for so long is not carried out. So I think what will motivate them to continue going on and continue to plan to provide the best experience for the freshmen is actually this belonging to the com and this relationship that they have forged throughout the planning process. And safe space, because I want it to be a com where everyone is transparent with their ideas and we are comfortable enough to share, to have meaningful discussions and arguments as well. So I also hope it will be a safe space for everyone to explore the ideas that they have, especially given that now we might have more opportunities to explore into different avenues to bring this SCAM spirit across. Okay, so this is my overarching vision for SCAM, one spirit. Like I've been saying throughout my presentation, the spirit of SCAM is something that I really want to focus on, because I feel that it really enhances the freshmen's experience, especially since it is the beginning of their student life as well. So this spirit is something that will stay with them throughout the events, and will also throughout the events and throughout the years in NUS. So what is this spirit that I'm talking about? So for me, eventually, this spirit will be defined by their own individual experience. But for me, as a camp, I hope that they will be able to bond and create memories by playing hard together, because playing hard and going through the intense flow of activities with unfamiliar people will eventually bring everyone together as one. So how do I go about achieving this vision? Is basically by building an experience, by letting the seniors and my com build this camp spirit along with me. Even though I might have this idea in mind, I will still try to take in the inputs from my SCMCom and my seniors who go through the different GTs and different prep camps, because when they experience the events that we plan out for them, I think they will also add on to the camp spirit that we want the freshmen this year to have. Secondly, I want to instill a sense of belonging. So since camp is the first of the many FOPs, the freshmen will be in an unfamiliar environment with unfamiliar faces. So there's a need to instill this sense of belonging by getting them more familiar around science and also giving them fond memories, as well as a group of friends that they can turn to for help or just to have fun. And I think this sense of belonging will eventually will motivate them to join other FOPs as well. And lastly, to start summer off on a high note, because like I said, SCAM kicks off all the FOPs. So we need to have a strong impact on the freshmen so that they will be encouraged to join the upcoming FOPs lined up for them. Okay. To sum up everything that I've said so far, is just keeping the tradition alive and making necessary changes. So making necessary changes because in anticipation of SCAM not being a full-fledged physical SCAM like it usually is, I hope that we'll be able to make changes, putting the freshmen first and having the intention to provide the best experience for the freshmen. And keeping the tradition alive is also something that's very important to me, because as much as possible, I will try to keep every segment, or at least the objective of every segment, because I think this tradition ultimately contributes to the continuity of SCAM and is an important aspect of science culture as well. And it kind of brings the different batches of science students together. So keeping this tradition alive might be tough, but I think even if you're not able to conduct every single segment, I hope at least the same intensity and the same objective of each segment is brought across to the freshmen so they feel the SCAM spirit as a whole. So, thank you.
We have 9 minutes and 12 seconds left for our presentation. You wish to end your presentation now? We have a proposal to open the Q&A for the nominee, Ilan Tunggun Guy, with a portfolio of Science Camp Director for the 41st Science Camp Management Committee. We have a second for this motion. Subhana. Ilan Tunggun Guy, you now have 30 minutes for Q&A. Isaac.
You just graduate statistics. I actually have 2 questions for you. I'll ask the first question first. SCAM is a social camp for extroverts, and STAL is an academic camp suited for introverts. Comment on this statement.
Can you repeat the last part? STAL is
An academic camp suited for introverts. Comment on this statement.
Okay, firstly, I wouldn't agree on this statement because I think as two different camps, we have different objectives that we want to fulfill. So for SCAM, for example, our main objective is to outreach to the students about the different FOPs and have a strong impact on them. So that's why our plan is, our SCAM is planned in such a way that the structure is very intense and it's just for them to have a lot of bonding through the games. But then for SAO, it's more of orientating students around science. So it's more chill. It provides more avenue for personal interaction between the students. So more than the two camps catering to the different types of people, it's more of meeting the different needs of freshmen. So like for SCAM, it's more of the bonds between freshmen through games. But then for SAO, it's more of the need for the freshmen to be more familiar with science and to be more familiar with the activities that we have and to make meaningful friendships as well. So I feel like SAO and SCAM as camps, they are very different. And that's not because they are suited to the different types of people, but it's because we cater to the different needs of the people. So as such, we can see that a lot of people who go for SCAM go for SAO as well. If they think that SAO is something that's for only introverted and they don't feel like it's something that shouldn't attend, then they wouldn't have such high sign-ups from SCAM going over to SAO or vice versa. So I think both camps complement each other instead of being a rivalry in that sense.
If OSA informed you that all camps next year can only be a day camp, can only be day camp and a maximum of 3 days, outline your course of action. So I clarify that can only be day camp and a maximum of 3 days.
Okay. If that is the case, right, I think it's important to have both SCAM and SAO elements to be part of the camp. So in a sense that we
Not saying that SCAM and SAO have to be one camp.
oh, it doesn't have to be one v one camp.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just day camp.
All the camps
Oh.
are day camp.
Okay, so if we have to adopt to a day camp, then I think certain segments that we have, such as night games or social night, might be affected. So the first people that I'll consult on is my com, because especially my procs, because they will be the most affected by this decision. And I think my course of action will be to suggest to them to merge the different segments to at least bring out the objective of each segment. Because I think if you just take out the segment entirely, then we won't really let the freshmen have the full experience of SCAM, and it will also affect the flow of events for the camp itself, because social night segments such as social night, Gemini, and night games are something that that will really contribute to the vibrancy of SCAM itself. And also, if it's a 4-day camp, then I foresee that we won't be able to go out of school as well, because if it's a day camp, then I think there's still the concern of the pandemic. That's why it's a day camp. So we probably won't be allowed to go out of school, and beach day will be affected as well. So ultimately, all segments are affected. So I think my first course of action, like I said, will be to consult my com, especially my procs, and tell them that we might need to merge different segments. So for example, if you take beach day, for example, the main objective of beach day is to bring the camp together as one, and provide them with bring the camp together as one, and just give them a day of fun. So if we take this, for example, then we can merge it with maybe active interaction, and have a mass segment during active interaction to kind of bring out the beach day element as well. So this is just one example, but how exactly the merging will happen will depend on my procs team. Yeah. And I also consult my VP FOP on this regarding my plans, because sometimes I think he can provide a better advice on how I should go about talking to the com about it. Go about carrying out the day camp.
Describe to me the change in demographic of the people who are likely to participate in online orientation as compared to a physical orientation. My second question is related is how are you going to alter the nature of our activities to cater to this change in demographic with respect to, as you said, continuing the SCAM stream?
Can you repeat the second part again?
Okay, so how are you going to alter the nature of the activities to cater to this change in demographic with respect to, as you mentioned just now, continuing the SCAM stream?
Okay, so for online versus physical, right? I would probably foresee people who join online scam to be just looking for a group of friends or like social support. But then if it's physical, then I think the socializing part plays a higher role. So they are looking for like a very hype camp or like very fun camp. But then for online, it's more of just a group of friends and social support. And there are a lot of restrictions online. We can't be as hype as you want to because everyone is in their homes and we can't go across as a hype camp per se. So I will depend a lot on my seniors to bring out this camp spirit. So the first thing I'll do is let the seniors feel this camp spirit, even though we can't have we can't have physical preparations. So I would probably get my com and my MCs to help me make the seniors feel feel this scam spirit in the sense that they feel the need to have this online scam and they actually want to do this for scam. So I hope the seniors will be able to help us bring across this scam spirit. So for the nature of activities, like I said, online there's a lot of restrictions. So what is my vision? What is my vision is actually just to bring. Okay, so for each of the segments, I just want the objective of the segment to be brought across, but not exactly in the way that is held in physical scam, because online it's very hard, I understand. Yeah.
So with respect to your presentation just now, from your goals for committee, you want all committee members to still belong and respected. Suppose that there is one committee member who is unable to fit into the committee. What will you do?
Okay, so the first thing I'll do is talk to the person and understand why she or he feels that way. If it's due to working styles or just work related, then I think it's a lot easier to resolve, because I can just talk to the department about it or the department head about it and ask them to pay more attention to her working style and cater to the working style, because at the end of the day, everyone in the department contributes equally. So she shouldn't feel like her work is not appreciated enough, or she is not able to do that work because she feels like the others are not contributing as much. But if it's a personal reason, then I think it's a bit more sensitive. Then I would just ask the person, I will just remind the person of the reason that she or he joins camp. So then I will ask them to give herself and the comm a second chance to try to mingle into the comm and like be more involved with the bonding sessions and like just have an open mind about this. So after this, then I'll get my VD to oversee this person and to look out for this person more, like especially during bonding, see if the comm is actually including her in, whether she's included in all the activities or whether she is feeling the pressure to do certain stuff. So I think even after all this and she or he still feel this way, then I think I would just ask them to concentrate on their work first and be professional in their work, at least try to finish the work and instead of focusing on the comm, focus on the end product of this camp that we are working towards.
Suppose to find out that FOG playing a band game, like burning pictures, during their night bonding session, with the MC present. Outline your course of action.
During the
Night bonding session. So suppose it is a physical camp. In both ways.
Okay, so for this situation, if I happen to be there when this is happening, then I will stop the activity because I feel like if it's a banned game, it's banned for a reason. So there might be people who are feeling uncomfortable, but then peer pressure to play the game. So the first thing I'll do is stop the activity, but I wouldn't do it in the sense that oh, it's not allowed, so you're not allowed to do it. But I'll just say it like, oh, why not y'all try a different game? It's not like quite boring, so try a different game. So after telling the OG to do this, I will want to talk to my MC personally and understand why they started playing this game. And because it's an MC, I would expect him or her to be more aware of the consequences and more aware of why this game is banned and why she or he still gave the permission or still allowed the freshmen or the seniors to continue with this game. So I think after talking to the MC, then I would want them to monitor more of these kind of things in the OG and not repeat this again. Because I think at the end of the day, the freshman's safety is our first priority. So if it makes people uncomfortable, but they are not ready to voice it out, then we are not giving the best experience for them as well.
We have a proposal for 15-minute time extension for Q&A.
I want to agree with that proposal 15-minute time extension for Q&A.
Second for this motion. Please take us set the timer when the time is up. Okay.
So the conference and management unit, they are not able to release a full size of room as requested for a particular accommodation of SCMC Co-option. So upon knowing this, what are some of the considerations you have with regard to any alteration of the original plan?
Wait, sorry, I'm not aware of what?
So the conference and management unit are not able to release a full size of room as requested for a particular accommodation of SCMC Co-option. So Before doing this, what are some of the considerations you have with regards to any alteration on the original plan?
So what do you mean by cannot release? So it's like it's not available, is it?
Yes. Okay. So the CEO, conferences, and national units, they are in charge of the communication.
Okay, so for this, right, okay, even before submitting this as my first choice, I would already have considered the alternate plans in mind. So if the first option is not available, then I'll move on to the second option. So this second option depends on whether they are, the first thing is whether they are close to science, so that freshmen, when they're tired and like tired from the activities, then it's not a chore for them to move from science to their comms. So that will be my first consideration. Then my second consideration will be my budget, whether the RCs that are closer to science and is able to come under my budget. And if it doesn't come under my budget, if it exceeds my budget, then I think I would try to find other alternatives, because at the end of the day, accoms make up quite a large amount of my budget. So if I have to take out a lot of budget for accoms, then I would have to compromise on other things. So and accoms itself, although I agree that it's important for the welfare of the freshmen, but I think there are other stuff that are also equally important. So if I can't fit it into a budget, or it's too out of budget, then I think I will look into other areas which are not RCs or halls. But that will be my last option.
In your presentation, you mentioned about increasing participation. So now there's an oversubscription of freshmen for SCAN. What are your considerations for increasing freshman intake for SCAN with respect to the need
Okay, so my first consideration will be the number of freshmen in each OG, because I feel like if it's going to increase by a lot, then it might dilute the experience for the freshmen, because when they go for games and everything, then the OG might have to be split into two or three groups, and some people might not even have the chance to play. So that will be my first consideration, whether it will be too many freshmen into one OG. Then my second consideration is the seniors to freshmen ratio, because I feel like seniors are very important to ensure the well-being and to ensure that the freshmen actually go through the experience that we want them to. So if the senior to freshman ratio is going to be affected, then I might need to recruit more seniors. But another problem with recruiting more seniors is I will then have to relax the criteria for senior selections, which might also dilute the experience for the freshmen. And lastly is more of admin. I think when we increase the sign-ups, then I will need to talk to the Honjenti about whether we can increase our budget. Because with more freshmen, then we need to provide accommodation for them, we need to provide food for them, and we also need to give them the camp identity. So this increase in budget, is it possible? Then I will have to discuss in the Honjenti and consider if it's worth getting the freshmen in and increasing the numbers, but then you don't, but you compromise on the quality of the camp.
So it's come to your attention that the proposal for your team was not approved, and feedback was only given back to you 3 days before your actual team count. So can you outline your correction?
It was not approved?
Yeah, so it's not approved and it was only feedback given.
Okay, the first thing I'll do is talk to my BPFOP and press, because they are the first ones who, they are the ones who forward the proposal to SDO. So if it's their fault that they forwarded it very late to SDO, such that the feedback also, they can only give feedback like so close to the GT. Then I think I would need the help of them to talk to SDO and negotiate with them as well to at least approve part of the games that they don't have concerns with, so that we can still go on with the GT. So, okay, even if it's not the fault of the BPFOP or press, then I would still need their help to negotiate with SDO to at least carry out some parts of the GT, because 3 days before, my logs prep would already have been done. And then if I were to push the GT back, it not only affects the logs, it also affects the timeline of events, because our GTs are mostly very closely, not very closely packed, but then it's a very tight timeline for my prox members to work on the GT by the time the next GT comes. So it's not feasible for me to push back the GT as well. So I would try my best to at least carry out some parts of the GT, so my prox members have some things to do during the GT. So the things that were not approved, we will still work on it. Then this can be pushed back to the next GT to be seen.
So due to the perception of chemistry, it's a more for freshman. Say, for example, OSA has mandated an even smaller senior to freshman ratio. If this comment how it will affect your vision of chem.
Can you repeat the first part?
Sure. Due to the perception of chemistry catered more for senior to freshman, OSA has mandated an even smaller senior to freshman ratio. If this comment how it will affect your vision of chem.
Okay. So my first problem with reducing the senior to freshman ratio is because ultimately, especially for SCM, I think seniors really help to create the atmosphere for the freshmen. So if you have to reduce the senior to freshman ratio, then I feel like the freshmen wouldn't feel the spirit that we want them to see. So that would be the first thing. And because of this, then I think the experience is compromised as well. So secondly, for the seniors themselves, as much as we want SCM to cater to the freshmen, it's also an avenue for the seniors to come back and relive their moments in SCAM or like just contribute back to science. So if you were to decrease the number of seniors, then wouldn't it, as in, you would also, it would kind of decrease their motivation to join other events in science, because if this is something they really want to do and you are not letting them do this because of the quota, then what will motivate them to join other events?
So assume that OSA and SDO find an argument invalid, and now they successfully passed the motion again under the smaller senior to second ratio. So this comes after your senior selection and after senior gathering. So now you have like a large extent of seniors. Please outline your thought process. Here, I repeat again. Assuming that the argument is considered invalid by SDO and OSA, and now you need to have a smaller ratio, a smaller senior to second ratio. And now, since that is after senior gathering, you only have a large extent of seniors. Can you please outline your selection?
Does that mean that they can't be part of the camp? Okay, so for the excess seniors that I have, if I can, then I will utilize them to be station masters. So at least they are still part of the camp and they still help to create the atmosphere for the freshmen. But then they wouldn't have any interaction with the freshmen. So that's one downside of it. But then I think it's still better than them just being out of the camp. But if I'm not able to utilize them to be station masters because they can't even be part of the camp, then I think another avenue that I'll explore is engaging them during SCAM week instead. But this will also be, this is still, I don't know how feasible this will be because SCAM week is so late in the summer and that might not be the commitment period that the seniors have anticipated. So, but this is still a possibility. So if let's say some seniors are able to come back for SCAM week and contribute, then I would want them to come back and at least be part of SCM. And probably the last thing I would do if I can't do any of these is just to talk to the SAL director about what he or she thinks about having these seniors in SAL, or at least like a few of them that he deems suitable to be in SAL. So at least they don't forgo this SCM experience, even though it's not SCM, but at least they have this SCM experience.
I have a proposal to close the Q&A for the nominee, Global Guarantee for the portfolio of Science Camp Director for the first Science Cup Management Committee. Like that. May I have a second for this motion? Savannah. Are there any votes of no confidence for Global Guarantee for the portfolio of Science Camp Director for the first Science Cup Management Committee? Like that. Are there any seconders for this motion? Stand up.
Okay, if everyone has handed out their voting sheet.
No. 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 Yes. Yes. No. Yes. No. No.
No.
Taking from the vote, Elangovan Gayatri has failed the vote of confidence and will be liable for representation and training. Elangovan Gayatri, you have failed the vote of confidence for the role of state director for the 41st and Top Management Committee. You are now liable for representation and
May I have a proposal for 15 minutes break for 1828 to 1843.
So now you have to have three proposals for 15 minutes break for 1828 to 1843.
May I have a second for this motion? Subhana.
What's the possibility of amendment?
Then a proposal to reduce the internal elections of the 41 science combination committee. Tony. Then I second for this motion. Subhana. Then a proposal to open pre-presentation and Q&A for the nominee, the Government Gayatri for the portfolio of Science Camp Director for the 41 Science Combination Committee. Then I second for this motion. Subhana. In the Government Gayatri, you have 30 minutes for representation and 30 minutes for Q&A. You may begin when you're ready. Please take us to start the timer.
Okay, so for my Q&A, right, I think for the question about the senior to freshman ratio, the solutions that are provided had some problems. So first of all, pushing them to scam week is a problem because we don't even know if they are available. And then if you're just gonna make the availability the criteria, then it wouldn't be very fair to the seniors also. Then for the um, then for me talking about letting them be part of SAO, I realized that actually it's not right for me also because SAO, people who join SCAM actually want to experience SCAM and people who join SAO want to experience SAO. So if I put people who want to experience SCAM into SAO, then I'll be taking away the opportunity for other seniors who actually want to experience SAO. So that shouldn't be the option also. And I said they can be station masters, but then I didn't realize that this senior to freshman ratio is fixed and it includes your core members, seniors, and your HL. So the only thing that I can do is remove some seniors. So the problem with removing, so that is the only thing that I can do. But how I would go about doing it, I will need to discuss with my com and the OHLs, because if I'm going to remove some seniors after senior gathering, then the OG dynamics might be affected also. So I will need the help of the OHLs to resolve these. Then for the question about the feedback coming back from SDO late, I shouldn't have assumed that it's the president's or the VPFOP's fault, because it might be my fault that I sent it to them late, then they didn't have enough time, or it might be SDO's fault that they just didn't look into it earlier. So if that's the case, then I would have to talk to SDO and set a clear expectations of what I want them to do for future GT so that this doesn't happen again. So a lot of the things that I said, I didn't have follow-up action to make sure that it doesn't happen again. And for the question about the MC member being, the OG playing a band game with the MC member being present, again, I didn't have a follow-up action for the rest of the MCs to take this as a learning experience. But more importantly, I also didn't make use of the OGLs or the seniors. So also there to let them know that let them know the consequences of these and make sure that it's their responsibility to make sure that this doesn't happen again. And I think I also didn't consider like I can make use of the OHL to help me monitor this particular OG. Yeah. And most importantly, from this scenario, I didn't consider the victims' mentality, because maybe someone might be very affected by this game, but I didn't have any action to address this concern. So I think I would, if there is anyone who is very uncomfortable and very affected by this game, then I would have to talk to them and I would have to let the seniors and OGLs handle the person and make sure that they're okay before they continue the game. Okay. Then for the question about scam being a day camp, also I assume that night games, night activities cannot be carried out, but actually it can be, just that the timeline need to be shifted such that it can accommodate to the things that the night games that I want, that we want the freshmen to experience. So in a sense that merging segments might not be an option, because it is an option, but it's not very feasible, because when you merge segments, then everything is very rushed. Then if everything is very rushed, then freshmen might not be able to enjoy the full process. So that's something I missed out. And if it's going to be a day camp, then there's a lot of considerations that I need to reconsider. So for example, like what I said, the timeline need to be reconsidered such that we cannot start so early, because they still have to report, and then we still have to take attendance and stuff. So the timeline, we cannot start so early and we cannot end so late. So that would mean that a lot of things need to be reallocated and make sure that the freshman is the best experience for the freshmen. And it's not just because it shouldn't just be a day camp where everything is squeezed into the 4-day camp. Yeah. And if it's going to be a day camp, then I think I also need to reallocate the manpower and the budget to ensure that my com also have the best experience. Because if it's going to be a day camp, then the most affected will be my programs team. And if they're just going to stick to the segment and merge every segment, which is not possible, then I wouldn't want them to do nothing. So I think I need to reallocate the manpower for my com and also reallocate the budget. Okay, so overall, I think a lot of things that it's only my point of view. I didn't really gather feedback from my com or the MC, such as my VPFOP. So I think I should consider these people more because they're also affected by the decisions that I make, and they should also be the part of the decision that I make.
You have 6 minutes and 30 seconds left for presentation. Do we set your presentation now? I have a proposal to open the Q&A for the nominee, Government Guarantee for the portfolio of Science Director for the 41st Science Cup Management Committee. Listen. Yeah, second for the motion. Okay. Government Guarantee, you now have 30 seconds for Q&A. You now have 30 minutes for Q&A. Okay.
I'd like to ask 2 questions. A concerned science user approached you and informed you that he feels that it is unfair for the SCMC member to join SCAN without going through the senior recruitment interview. Outline your course of action.
Okay, so for this, I'll talk to the person first. I will ask them why they feel that way. Maybe it's because they feel that the way the senior recruitment is conducted is not favorable for them. So I'll talk to them first. I'll understand their concerns. Then I will also tell them the rationale of having SCMC members in SCAM. So firstly is for outreach. So we do have a SCMC segment. So if the MC members are there as seniors, then they will help to be the fake freshies. So this will help to enhance the experience for the freshmen, and also for the SCMC members to outreach to the freshmen to join, to just let the freshmen know of the events and the other comms that they have. And I think this is very important because this is an entire segment, and this segment can't run if we don't have MCs as seniors in SCAM. So I would explain this rationale to the person, and if he still feels that way, then I will explain that there's actually not much of a need for me to assess their capabilities, because as MCs, they are expected to portray certain set of expectations that's already laid out for us. So if he feels that someone is not capable, then I will ask him or her to point out the person and let them know that actually it's not true. Maybe in your eyes it's like that, but then as MCs, we know each other best, so we can assess the capabilities. Maybe it's a misunderstanding on his or her part.
In a hypothetical situation, SCAM stay in RBRC for that camp, and during social night 3, RBRC management decides to kick SCAM out of RBRC, stating that SCAM has been causing disturbance to the residents and excessive noise after 10:30 for the past few nights. And ample warnings were already given to you. Outline the course of action.
Okay, the first thing I'll do is inform my VPFOP and SDO and ask them to help me negotiate with the management of the RVRC to allow my freshmen to stay in for 2 more days and ensure them that this won't be repeated. Even though I know ample warnings have been given, but then let them know that further actions will be taken, and it will be a lot stricter than what has been happening the past 3 days. And if this doesn't work, since they already given ample warnings and they still feel that we are too noisy, then I think the next best possible option is to move the freshmen to the nearest comms available. And this, I need the help of SDO as well to ensure that this comms that I'm moving my freshmen into is actually free for the entire entire camp period, and they can just use it for comms temporarily, as in for the next 2 days. So in the event that they actually allow us to stay, because they consider that it's freshmen and it won't reflect very well on SCM if we just have to move them in the middle of the camp. So if they do allow, understanding our rationale, then I think I will have a meeting with my seniors and my officials and let them know that this is a very serious thing, because if you don't follow this, then you will have to burden the freshmen to move to another comms, which is not good. I mean, which will compromise their welfare. So I would make it very strict to the freshmen and the OHLs and my MCs to ensure that the freshmen are actually having the ample rest that they should be having, and they shouldn't have any OG meetings at night. Yeah.
After attending SAL GP4, you realize that the games from SAL are very similar to SCM. How will you do in this situation?
GT4.
Okay, so SAL has a GP4, where all
No,
GP2 and GP4 are all SCMC will have to come for SAL GP2 and GP4 to come out, because those are like our night game segments. So after going for SAL GP4, you realize that the games from SAL are very similar to SCM. Okay, so just a context. SAL GP4 happens 1 week. SAL GP4 happens 1 week before your prefect camp.
Can I just clarify? Is it just one segment or just a lot of games throughout the segment?
Okay, like maybe one game for every segment, or like one game for a few segments. the segment that you presented there.
Okay, so the first thing I'll do is discuss with my Saudi my concerns and ask him like why is this similar? Is it because we kind of overlook and it's purely coincidental that a few games are similar? That's only if a few games are similar. But then if it's a trend that it's very similar, then I think I think we should have a discussion about how to go about it, because my pre-prep is coming next week, and South GT4, I assume that most of the things are also kind of fixed. So I think both of us need to come to a compromise. So maybe we put the games that suit the nature of the camp more in each camp. So for example, if there's a game that suits Saudi more, then I'll probably let the Saudi keep it. Then I'll have a discussion with my procs team together with my PD to just let them know that this is the case, and we have no choice but to do this. Even though like pre-prep is going to be coming up next week, try to come up with a game that suits Cam more and give up on this game. So if let's say my procs don't agree with me, or they feel that it's too last minute to change the game, then I would let them go ahead with the game for pre-prep and prep. For pre-prep, then for prep, then maybe because there's a longer time for them to come up with a new games, then I think for prep, then we might change the game per se. But even before this, when I'm having my discussion with my Saudi, I want to understand why this happened. Because if it's a case that people feel that certain game is more fun, so they want it in the camp. So like, let's say I go for, I saw Saul playing this game, then as a prox I see, then I feel like, oh, this one very game, so why not include it in this game? So if that's the case, then I think we should set proper expectations with my procs that because people who go for scam and Sal are freshmen, then there might be conflict of interest because they're going through the same thing again. So if you think it's fun, but does it suit your camp? Does it suit our team? Then if you're going to copy the same game, then what is our input in scam itself, or like just the camp itself? So that's what I would do.
Suppose that you're in a physical camp, so you're going to the beach for beach day, right? So there's an outsider who has been taking notice of you for very long. Okay? Then he or she, right, has actually advised you to not obstruct them who are like playing in the water lah, but you don't have a fishing game over there. Okay? So they already tell you once already. So you already moved aside. Okay? It's the fact that you actually booked the part of the beach, and the outsider took a photo of the station markers at the station. Suggest your course of action. Okay, let me repeat the question. So this scenario happens at the beach. Okay, so let's say it's a station that's situated in the water. Okay, so there is this outsider who are actually like swimming in the water. Then they have already like talked to the station master and say like they are obstructing them at the beach. Okay, but then after that, given that Cam has already booked that part of the beach for their use, this outsider took a photo of them. Who has a proper action?
Given that the person who did this is an outsider, right? They probably didn't know that we paid for the place and we booked the place. So the first thing I would do is explain to them that actually this is NUS camp and we have this space ourselves to carry out this segment. So this space, we actually paid for it. So we have the right to be here. And even then, we still made the effort to not obstruct the public, which is a good thing because at the end of the day, public is we are kind of portraying NUS because they're outside. So in the eyes of the public, we also need to be a bit more as in we a bit more aware of ourselves and a bit more accommodating to the public as well. So the fact that we actually gave the space to them, even though we paid for it and everything, I think I would explain all this rationale to the outsider and like let them know that the photo that they took, like it shouldn't be the case that they're complaining that we are taking up public spaces without permission. So if I feel like they're not willing to listen to me because I'm a student and they feel like I don't have the responsibility that they want because I'm a student at the end of the day. So then I will get the help of someone who's there, probably someone from SDO who can help me explain this to the outsider and just make sure to delete the photo.
May I have a proposal for 15 minutes attention for this Q&A? May I have a second on this motion? You can. Lead takers, we set a timer when the time is done. To bring up.
The most camp is a physical camp, and during the camp, a handful of freshmen were reported to show symptoms of food poisoning, such as vomiting and diarrhea. After asking, they gave an approach that camp has provided. Outline your course of action.
A few of the freshmen. Okay, so the first thing I'll do is check on these freshmen that complained that it gave them food poisoning. So I would want to make sure that they're okay first. So I want my chief safety officer, which is my GP, to take care of these freshmen and ensure that they're okay. If they're not okay, then do the necessary actions to which is in our safety flowchart to ensure that these freshmen are actually safe and there's nothing serious about this. So the next thing I'll do is turn to my Locks Food IC and ask them like the different caterers that we had catered for the last few days or at least the day before and let them know of this situation and let the caterer know also that this has happened. So was there anything that could have caused food poisoning to the freshmen? So I want to understand from the point of view of my Locks IC as well. Then after that, or before this, I will let the OHLs know of these and ask the seniors to check on the rest of the freshmen if they are okay or if they are facing the same issue, but they just don't want to raise it up. Yeah, so if a lot more freshmen are affected, then I think it's most probably the food that we catered. So then the follow-up action will be to just our first priority will be to check on the freshmen and ensure that they're okay. Then after that is to inform the caterer that this has happened and and see what we can do together. Can you repeat the first part?
Sabrina, can you repeat your question louder?
During your program AR, one of your programs identity is providing true but harsh feedback, causing the segment IT to cry. Outline your course of action.
Okay, so the first thing I want to do is to ask my BD to help talk to the IC who is affected by this. So I would want my BD to actually make sure that they are feeling okay and it's not too stressful for them, even because I assume it's a GT, so it's their segment. So they also don't want to receive too many criticisms on the things that they have planned and they're putting so much effort. But we also have to let them know that this is for the best. This is to provide the best experience for the freshmen. So it's not a personal attack, it's more of just modifying the segment itself to make it better. So that's the first thing I'll do. I would want the segment IC who's affected by it to be okay. Then after that, I'll also talk to the exec who had harsh comments. And because these comments are useful, so I understand where the exec is coming from. And I understand his or her point of view in doing so to just help to make this segment better. But I would want to let the person know that at the end of the day, welfare of the com is also something that's very important to us. So it's not just about the end product, which is the game itself. It's also about the process that we go through that actually brings us together as a com. So I would want them to know that even though like your feedback are valid and your feedback is actually true, but the way you say it, maybe you can modify it a bit so it's not so hurtful for the other person. But if she or he is not able to do so because it's just her nature to give harsh comments, then I would say like maybe get help of someone else. Maybe tell them the feedback that she has, then ask them to convey it to the person.
It felt like it was very boring and quote, everybody sits during it anyway. Outline your course of action.
It's the seniors who complain, right? Okay. So firstly, I would ask them why they feel that way. Maybe it's really the way the segment is carried out during their year. So is that if it's that, then I would say that even though SCMC serves the purpose of outreaching to freshmen about the different about science club and events, the way it's carried out is different every year. So maybe it might not have been interesting last year, but then I guess this year it's maybe it might be a bit more interesting. So I'll ask them to keep an open mind about it. And maybe the thing they're talking about is probably the science club talks and the science club talk after revelation. So for this, I would want them to know the rationale for having this, because this is the way for us to outreach to the freshmen. And they might find it boring because they know what is all this and they have gone through this once already. But then for the freshmen, it's still very new for them, and they're still open to this idea of exploring the different events and opportunities that we have in science. So this I will explain all this to them and make sure and tell them that it's something that really is very important to outreach to the freshmen. And because SCAM starts off the summer as well, so it's really one of the first things that the freshmen will know. So it's important that we give them the info regarding all these so that we can outreach to them.
On their end to perform their respective duties to use red exposure and dash scouting. So they request that you accept a few more SCAM seniors from the start committee. Outline your
The seniors themselves asked me, you see?
No, the director.
Oh. Okay, so firstly, I would explain the reason why why the seniors were rejected the director. So it's most probably because they didn't fit into the criteria that my com they didn't fit into the criteria that my com wanted my seniors to have. So in that case, because we want the best experience for the freshmen, so seniors play a huge role in creating this experience. So if we are going to accept them just because they are from BASH or REC, then and they're not capable enough to create this atmosphere that we want the freshmen to have, then I think it will compromise on the kind of experience that the freshmen will have. And also, if you're going to accept more BASH and REC seniors just because they have to be there, then I also think we will be not giving the opportunity to other seniors who are actually capable. So what I would do is explain this to the director, and maybe I'll suggest maybe they can send more seniors for the recruitment. So we will accept them if they pass the criteria that my com has put. Yeah, and if it's a concern that they cannot scout for people, then I think they can explore other avenues to scout for people, such as during payment day or like during the camp itself. They can be present but not as a senior, just to observe the freshmen.
So science SOPs are supposed to end at 10 p.m. sharp on all the nights. So in recent years, science office has adopted a policy of turning off the lights in the LT to chase the students out. So during your SCM finale, you are running 5 minutes over time. So it's now 10:05 p.m. A representative from SDO has decided to turn off the lights immediately in the middle of the finale at 10:05 p.m. Can you outline your course of action?
Okay, so in the event that this happens, the first thing I will do is, if I'm not, because it's in the middle of the finale, right? So I wouldn't want to be not here to go talk to the personnel. So I would either get the help of my VD, but I don't know whether they'll be able to liaise with SDO. So I'd rather get my VPFOP to talk to the SDO to extend the timeline by maybe 30 minutes, just 30 minutes, so that we can wrap up everything and close the camp on a high note. Because if you're going to build up everything and then during finale this happens, I think it will really affect the morale of the freshmen and the seniors, because it's our finale. So I understand where they're coming from. We're supposed to end by 10 p.m. But then in the case that we overrun, it shouldn't overrun to until like 1 hour later or like 45 minutes later. It's just at max it's like 15 minutes, 20 minutes. So I want my VPFOP to explain this to the SDO personnel in charge who turned off the lights, and just give us that time to finish things off and let the freshmen end this camp well. Then after, maybe when we end the camp, then I can talk to SDO about it, and maybe it was my fault that I let things overrun, or it was my com's fault that we let things overrun. So I will apologize to them and tell them that this it's totally our fault for letting it overrun, and just and in the case that they don't want to turn the light backs on, then I think we have no choice but to just conclude the camp as it is then, because without lights, I don't think the freshmen can feel anything also. So I think I'll just conclude the camp and thank the freshmen and everyone, and maybe we can get the help of the seniors to end off the camp somewhere outside of the LT. Yeah.
And they suggest that the juniors to join rec and dancers instead of academic now. What's your course of action?
Okay, so in the case that this has already happened, and the freshmen, I mean the seniors has already said this to the freshmen, then I would want to talk to the seniors and tell them that this shouldn't be the case, because SAO and REC, they are both part of FOP, and what the freshmen choose to join is up to them. And just and your experience can't define their experience. Maybe they will really enjoy SAO and they will not really enjoy REC, or they will, or vice versa. So it's really the freshman's choice, and it's really, you shouldn't define the experience for the freshmen. So I will talk to the seniors about it and ask them to address this to the freshmen. If they are not able to, then I will ask my OHLs to clear this with the freshmen who have already heard this, and to clear this misunderstanding that they shouldn't join SAO because it's boring, but join REC instead. Yeah, and I think it also puts gives a bad impression on SCAM as a whole, because we are criticizing something that's also part of the same FOP that we are. So I would let I will let my seniors know this also, that just you're criticizing something, but then at the same time you're criticizing SCAM as well. So it's like at the end of the day, what you achieve is not freshmen joining SAO or REC, because at the end of the day, they will decide what they want to join. It's you're putting the reputation of yourself and SCAM at stake. To other? Okay. For scam week, I think the one comp that it relates directly is Bash, because Bash is held like 2 or 3 weeks after Scam Week, so it kind of brings together the OGs together and hype them up for Bash, because one or two of their friends might be the Bash contestant, so it brings the OG together and just gain support for Bash, the event itself. So that's the direct relevance to Bash. Then I think for other comps, the MCs get to meet their freshmen after a while, because scam happened in the start of summer. So I think it's a avenue for them to just outreach as well to the freshmen. And because now that scam has happened and they have built this relationship over the summer, then I think they can use this friendship to their advantage and just outreach to the freshmen.
I have a proposal to close the Q&A for Dominic. We have global guarantee for the portfolio of science conductor for the first time management committee. May I have a second for this motion?
I also agree with that second.
Are there any votes of no confidence for Iran Global Guarantee for the portfolio of science conductor for 41st Science Club National Committee? Are there any votes of no confidence for Iran Global Guarantee for the portfolio of science conductor for 41st Science Club National Committee? Are there any votes of no confidence for Iran Global Guarantee for the portfolio of science conductor for 41st Science Club National Committee?
Global Gayatri, you are now returned as the Scam Director for the 41st Science Club Management Committee.
Thanks, guys. I hope we can work together and just have fun during this exam. Yes, thank you.
I have a proposal to close the portfolio of science conductor for the 41st Science Club National Committee. May I have a second for this motion? Sabrina. We have a proposal for 5 minutes break from 1945 to 1946 to 1951. May I have a second for this motion?
I also agree with that second.
Ah, is it projected? No.
Yeah, for me.
Okay. Okay. I shouldn't be here.
Proposal to resume internal elections for 41st time Cup Management Committee. Second for this motion. We have a proposal to open the portfolio of science organization week director for the 41st time Cup Management Committee. So,
open nomination for science organization week director for the 41st time committee.
Second for this motion. Grace. We have a proposal to open the nomination for the portfolio of science organization week director for 41st time Cup Management Committee.
Oh. Well, the top one, the chairman would like to open the nomination for the portfolio science organization week director for the 41st time committee.
We have a second for this motion. Are there any nominations for the portfolio of science organization week director for the 41st time Cup Management Committee?
Would like to nominate the candidate C. Wei-Wen for the portfolio of science organization week director for the 41st time committee.
Second for this motion. I guess. You accept the nomination for the portfolio of science organization week director for 41st time Cup Management Committee.
I see where you can accept the nomination for science organization week director for the 41st science convention.
Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of science organization week director for 41st time Cup Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of science organization week director for 41st time Cup Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of science orientation week director for 41st time Cup Management Committee? If there are no more nominations, I have a proposal to close the nomination for the portfolio of science orientation week director for 41st time Cup Management Committee.
Close the nomination for the portfolio of science organization week director for the 41st time Cup Management Committee.
May I have a seconder for this motion, Subhana? You have 20 minutes for presentation and 30 minutes for Q&A. You may begin when you're ready. May take them to start timer when we went green.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Firstly, thank you everyone for taking out your precious research week time for the co-option. My name is Wei-Wen, and I'm interested in running for the role of SAL Director. In the following slides, I'll be introducing who I am and why I'm the right choice for the SAL Director for the 41st Science Club Management Committee. So, before I present on why you should select me as the next SAL Director, I will first introduce myself. So, as most of you know, I'm Wei-Wen, year 2 chemistry student. So, one interesting fact about myself is that I joined the Navy as a regular. And yeah, so one of the primary reasons why I did that was because I really love the ocean. I like sailing all that. Yeah. So, following on, my personality, more important stuff. I'm someone that's very easygoing. So, like, I'm really fine with anything as long as I know you have a reason for doing things and I resonate with that reason and understand like why you do it. And next is like, I'm really humble and analytical because I'll be very willing to learn from anyone and everyone. I enjoy hearing like different perspectives and views of others because like it gives me a different like image of how I portray things. Yeah. And as someone that really analyzes things to like the finest detail, I like to ensure that everything is done for like a good reason and that I resonate with the reason. Lastly, I find that I'm a very like nurturing person because like I really enjoy sharing what I learn with others, helping others improve their character and management skill, and helping them discover what they are really good at. Yeah. So next up will be my journey in Science Club so far.
So as a freshman, due to my work constraints with the Navy, I never knew about this orientation stuff because I was too busy with work. And I never had the chance to, I wasn't given the opportunity to sign up because of I couldn't take leave or whatsoever. And when I found out about orientation camps, it was already too late. By then, SAL 19's signups were already closed. So I was devastated, but I decided to give it a try and email them telling them that please give me a chance. I really want to have a university life or a kickstarter to my university life. And amazingly enough, SAL 19 emailed me back, giving me a chance saying that I could attend this orientation camp. So I was like, oh shit, it's my chance. Yeah, so through this amazing camp, SAL 19, I really got to experience this very amazing camp. And I was really so amazed by the scale and effort that they put into organizing this camp that I decided to join the SAL 20 subcom because I want to replicate this. I want to do my part in allowing the next batch to feel this amazing experience that I felt as a freshman. And so I formed this, we formed this SAL 20 com, and through SAL 20, I really found family from sleepless nights of fun and drinks to sleepless nights of work and ARs lah. So together with SAL 20, we moved on to different multiple events hosted by Science Club, such as the Subcom Gathering and FOP Day, allowing us to interact with the other FOP comms or the other comms in Science Club, so that we know more about them and we understand what they do lah. Yeah, and with that, something bad happened, COVID-19. Of course, I was really devastated when news of the physical SAL 20 being cancelled or started flying around. And I think most of my core members started losing heart for the project. All nights of hard work just gone like that lah. That's what we felt. And with that, the transition to online orientations happened. And to be very honest, I never really expected it to be very successful, how it was when I experienced it. So I went for EFOP, I went for SCM Week, and I really enjoyed myself. It was truly an eye-opener to see how the different FOPs coming together to form and prepare for this online orientation. And that's when I understood the true feeling and the true meaning of one FOP. So what am I doing here and why am I running for Science Club? I stand here today fighting to join the 41st SCMC because of what I've experienced in this incredible faculty of science. Not being able to join my major specific camp, chemistry camp, I was really lost as a student on how NUS works and how this whole mod bidding system works because I was from JC and I don't know anything on. And that would really mean I essentially have no lecture buddies, no tutorial friends, and given my FOMO mentality, I would die. So, but through SAL, all these problems were already resolved, or I found that it was solved. Yeah, I found an amazing bunch of friends that were willing to, on the first day of SAL already, they were willing to sit down with me 3 hours, just explaining to me what modules are and how to bid for them and what modules to bid for. So aside from all these boomer problems that I faced, the never-ending energy and enthusiasm that the OGLs and seniors, and including the organizing committee, displayed in SAL 19 amazed me so much. It really allowed me to have my first taste of how lit science will be and the science identity. Because of this experience I had, I wanted to give it all back to science. Let the students in science experience what I did in this incredible faculty, and let them discover what the science identity is, similar to how I did. So why Science OA? SAL 19 was a breathtaking experience for me, and it was super essential to kickstarting my university life. I want to replicate this and make it even better for the next batch of freshmen.